More baby formula is coming, though he admits it'll take a few weeks to get a Michigan plant shut by a recall back up to speed. He's also defending a $28 million supplemental bill passed by the House.
The bulk of that money would go for inspectors to make sure that material is not being put on the shelves, which is unsafe.
The bill's fate in the Senate is uncertain. A $40 billion aid package for Ukraine is headed to the president's desk.
$40 billion for Ukrainian military and humanitarian assistance won big bipartisan support, with the Senate signing off on a House-passed aid package. Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell says the aid is far more than charity.
The future of America's security and core strategic interests will be shaped by the outcome of this fight.
Still, 11 Republicans oppose the new spending, citing concerns with oversight and the price tag. It is the second large military and humanitarian aid package approved by Congress for Ukraine since the Russian invasion in February.
Fox's Jared Halpern on Capitol Hill. The president also authorizing the drawdown of another $100 million in defense resources, including military education and training for Ukraine. The 18-year-old suspect in the mass shooting at a New York supermarket is indicted on a charge of first-degree murder, saying nothing during a brief court appearance.
Once again, the alleged gunman was back in that courthouse, and this time he was wearing a bulletproof vest under his jail jumpsuit. That's because the sheriff says he is the most hated man in the country.
Fox's Alexis McAdams in Buffalo. Peyton Genjon remains under investigation for possible hate crime and terrorism counts. America is listening to Fox News.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Get a personal loan for that summer vacation or to pay off those long overdue bills. Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña, now at the old Nanbo Insurance Building at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, here to serve you.
Come try Guam's original Chamorro restaurant with Pica's Best 5 years running. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. Experience Chef Peter's candied salmon over scallion coconut rice, octopus to naktak, Chamorro platter, and their award-winning gourmet hamburgers. Or if you're looking for something healthy, try their keto-friendly menu. Come and enjoy Mezcla's half-day service at their Hagåtña and Grand Plaza Tumon location. Call their Hagåtña location at 479-2652 for reservations.
A man who gave his son his guns before the son opened fire in a Tennessee restaurant could go to prison for up to 3 years.
A judge in Illinois convicted Jeffrey Reinking of illegally giving guns to a person who'd been treated for mental illness in the past 5 years. That person was his own son, Travis, who would later go on to kill 4 people inside a Waffle House in 2018. But 2 years before that, police took Travis to a hospital after he told them he thought Taylor Swift was stalking him. His firearm owner's ID card was revoked and he surrendered his weapons to his father. Prosecutors, though, said those guns were given back to Travis, and one of them was used in the Waffle House shooting. Jeffrey's attorney argued he did not know his son had been treated for mental illness. He faces up to 3 years in prison at sentencing, which is set for mid-June. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
The House panel probing the Capitol riot is asking another House Republican for an interview. The committee wants to hear from Georgia Congressman Barry Loudermilk about purported tours he gave in the days prior to January 6th of last year, when the Capitol was still largely closed due to the pandemic. The panel had recently subpoenaed several House Republicans. Loudermilk is not one of them. The U.S. job market still holding up this month.
The number of people filing for unemployment benefits for the first time increased slightly last week to 218,000. New claims came in a little higher than expected. However, the number of people still receiving unemployment continues to decline. Continuing claims dropped to 1.31 million in the latest reading. Janiko Sola, Fox News.
It's been a volatile day on Wall Street after yesterday's plunge. They had been higher at times, but the Dow, the S&P, and the NASDAQ all end up extending their losses. The Dow down 237 at the close. Lisa Brady, Fox News.
What's for breakfast at KFC under $3.95, you ask? What's for breakfast at KFC that's different than the other guys, you ask? KFC's chicken wrap, sausage wrap, the Colonel's chicken congee, chicken fried steak, sausage biscuit and gravy, and biscuit sandwiches made with KFC's original fluffy biscuits. All for under $3.95 and all only at KFC. Plus, with waffles and the Colonel's Chicken Fried Rice, we've got something for everyone.
So visit KFC for breakfast today. It's finger-licking good.
Get big discounts on huge travel experiences with the First Hawaiian Bank United Credit Card. You can travel to destinations in the USA and receive 10% off selected United Airlines Premium Economy or Business Class airfares purchased through May 31st, 2022 when you use promo code FHB022. Visit any First Hawaiian Bank branch or go to FHB.com/United Fair Sale 10 for more information. Don't wait. Apply today. First Hawaiian Bank. It all starts with yes.
Half a day. My name is John Kinata from the village of Umate. I've applied for the program in Salapi to help me in my daily commute from Umate to Manila. Thank you to this administration for the program in Salapi.
The application deadline for program in Salapi has been extended to May 22nd, 2022. For more information, please visit doa.guam.gov. This ad was paid for by the Office of the Governor using government funds.
Half a day at 6:06. I'm Mana Silva Tyron with a look at your local news. The Point was the highest it's ever been. Gas prices up another 15 cents yesterday, bringing it to $6.19. And that's for a regular gallon of regular grade fuel. Mobil and 76 were the first to mark the price hike yesterday, with billboards noting Supreme is now $6.59 a gallon. The increase is due primarily to the high cost of crude oil, which is hovering near $110 a barrel. And what does this mean for the cost of your power bill? Well, will likely mean an increase is in order. The Guam Power Authority already confirming that it will be seeking a price adjustment, in particular to the fuel surcharge that's passed on to customers. We know it as the Levelized Energy Adjustment Clause, or the LEAC. GPA is requesting a total of 26% in increase that will be phased in. The full impact will be felt by November of this year. The power company claims if they don't increase the rates, GPA will be $34 million short by July 31st, based on the amount of fuel it buys. The fuel surcharge is passed on to customers. The Post also reports, following news of GPA's rate proposal, Senator Jim Moylan has sent a letter to the governor asking her to provide relief to ratepayers, either through existing law or by pursuing a power bill payment assistance program, as he proposed in Bill 79. Congressman Mike Sinicolas also chiming in, asking the governor to release immediately $70 million in American Rescue Plan funds to stave off GPA's planned increase. Now, the governor on Thursday did say that her administration is processing and delivering a total of $3 million in direct cash assistance to about 10,000 households and individuals through her program in Salapi. That program gives eligible households up to $300 to help pay for gas. It is noted that the program applications has been extended until the 22nd of May, and that's this Sunday, to apply for that assistance. We'll have more news right after this.
The Federal Reserve is starting to increase interest rates to fight inflation, but they're still so low, making it the perfect time to refinance your home, to lower your rate, and perhaps take advantage of its increased value to put some cash in your pocket during these uncertain times. Cash that you can have the freedom to access when you want, where you want, with your Bank Pacific Visa debit card. Lower your rate, put cash in your pocket. Access your cash when you want, where you want, with your Visa debit card. Brothers put branches, we place roots, and we're rooting for you. Equal housing lender, credit conditions apply.
No criminal charges have been filed against her, but a prominent Guam businesswoman has been ordered by a Superior Court judge to stay away from her mother, Mary Grace Dellen Jacot, who was a 2018 Businesswoman of the Year awardee, in an apparent dispute with her 83-year-old mother, also ordered to stay away from the elderly woman. According to the Guam Daily Post, Jacot is alleged to have physically abused her mother and is alleged to have tried to force her out of her home of 40 years in Liguan Terrace. Medical records and photos were also filed in court showing apparent bruises on the victim. Her mother, in an interview with the Guam Daily Post, is pleading for help and fears for her safety. Judge Dane Gutierrez on Thursday said a temporary restraining order is in place and ordered Jacot to stay away from her mother and to surrender her firearm while the case is ongoing. The daughter, through her attorney, contends that she is the victim, claiming that the elderly woman assaulted her. Attorney Louis Yanza represents Jacot. He told the court that his client is the rightful owner of the Liguan Terrace home, and Jacot plans to evict her mother from her home. Jacot is the chief executive officer of the Set Pacific Inc., The parties are scheduled to appear back in court on June 2nd. Now, the victim is being represented by attorney Doug Moylan. He says the matter has also been forwarded to Adult Protective Services. And the Guam Department of Education looking to its federal counterparts to determine if federal funds can be used to cover pay raises to about 2,000 of its employees. It was a 20% increase announced by the governor last week. And while the raises were not included in the budget, DOE is left trying to figure out where the $10 million will come from to cover this fiscal year's portion of that increase. The governor announced the increase would take effect on May 23rd, but according to today's story in the Post, finding the $10 million in the department's fiscal 2022 budget is not likely, as DOE already has to shift federal funds to help alleviate a $45 million shortfall in the local budget. The superintendent, John Fernandez, says pulling funds from federal sources will take away from other projects. But the director of BBMR, Lester Carlson, did tell the Guam Daily Post that he was confident that should additional local funds be needed to pay for educator raises through the rest of the current fiscal year, the Leon Guerrero administration would be able to provide DOE the money. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
Well, it sounds like people are already freaking out about that. They were doing it over at the legislature. Now, John Fernandez coming out saying, yeah, we're talking about the 23rd. There's a whole other, it's like
Monday.
now.
That's Monday.
We're going to have to fund all of these jobs, and we don't have the money. And I don't know that they're confident in Lester Carlson's adobo recipe to get that money into their coffers, as it were, to make those payments. All right, here it comes. The weather mostly sunny today. Highs near 88 degrees, and normally I'd be super excited about that, but mostly sunny means it's going to be hot over at the house, and I can no longer afford the air conditioning over at the place. I might have to take in a boarder. How much is the rent? You just cover the power bill. That's your rent. East winds today, 7 to 10 miles an hour. We got partly cloudy skies in the forecast tonight. Overnight lows of about 77 degrees. East winds 6 to 9 miles an hour. So even as the sun goes down, it's not going to be that much markedly cooler in the evenings. Not enough to cool off the house. Mostly sunny in the forecast tomorrow. Highs near 88 degrees. East winds 7 to 11 miles an hour. And tomorrow night, we've got overnight lows should be about 77 degrees. Partly sunny in the forecast for Sunday. You know the Ray Gibson rule, if you got to be hot at the beach. Mostly sunny today, mostly sunny tomorrow, partly sunny on Sunday, and that's going to be good. Go hang out at the beach and let the beer cool you down. Heat index today, tomorrow, and Sunday, 96 degrees. The sunrise this morning was at 5:54. Sunset tonight is going to be at 6:41. And hopefully, my fingers crossed, wait a second, to get that off the screen, to put this on the screen, hopefully we'll be able to see some cooler weather here, because a few clouds lingering off, teasing us to the south of the island of Guam. Maybe some of that will come up and push some of these hot air that we've got today out of the area. 6:13 in the morning. There it is. News and weather together on 93.3. The Point, brought to you by Bank Pacific. Banking on the Pacific for 67.81 years.
Win a $100 gas card when you purchase Gasolina energy drinks. Be one of 5 winners and enter now when you purchase 3 for $4 Gasolina 8-ounce or 3 for $5 Gasolina 16-ounce energy drinks. Drawing on June 21st. Free gas with 76 Circle K. Take it easy. Get a 10-pound bag of ice for only 95 cents when you purchase a 12-pack or more of any soda or beer. Only 95 cents for a 10-pound bag of ice. Swing by Circle K today. Some conditions apply. See stores for details. Circle K. Take it easy. Ice, baby.
Hafa day. Patsy Gogri from Security Title here with information about what a title company does. The title side of our business determines who owns a property and guarantees your ownership with a title insurance policy. The escrow side acts as an independent third party, managing the transfer of money and documents between the buyer, seller, lenders, and others. Security Title has a management of real estate closings down to a science. Give us a call. We are here to help.
Portions of the program brought to you by the team over at American President Lines, APL, a global presence with your local home. 6:14 in the morning, also being brought to you by the guys over at Cold Stone Creamery. Graduations in effect all weekend long. And they've got graduation-themed ice cream cakes. So try the tall, dark, and delicious signature ice cream cake. Call in, visit, order online at coldstonecreamery.com. From Cold Stone Creamery to all of the graduates of 2022, you did it!
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Welcome to the program, Gibson. It's Friday morning. Let's do this thing here. Hey, welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. This is the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray, and do I want to say once again how thrilled I am to be here with you this morning? I sort of want to, and then I sort of don't want to. I feel like today is going to be one of those days, and they've got to come around every once in a while. There is a requirement, I think, from time to time that we take a look at the formatics, the policies and the procedures, the legion, the legend, the traditions of the program, and then flip them over. As I am fond of saying, today, Friday, is No Frowny Face Friday. Supposed to be a No Frowny Face Friday. However, as I ponder, as I look at the big stories in the front pages of our newspaper today, as a consumer, I mean, I get it. As the morning guy, as the dude on the radio, I feel like I need to be kind of a cheerleader and get people over some of the humps that we have in our lives. But man, it's a tough one because I eat at the same side of the table you do when it comes to buying gasoline and paying power bills and all.
Free us from concern, man. Come on.
I'll work on that magic. I just don't know if I can. I can't hide it. I put this up on the screen while Mana was doing the news, and it is an image that I snapped just this morning from the Shell gas station, where I pick up my Pacific Daily News. And you know, I'm trying to tell you, I wouldn't normally take advantage of it, but you know, you can get those. What is it? Not the King car. What's that coffee I've been drinking lately?
The Mr.
Coffee, Mr. Brown.
Oh, yeah,
Mr. Brown. You can get 4. You know, you buy 3, get 1 free. Normally, I wouldn't pay. Normally, I wouldn't pay any attention to that kind of deal. But this morning, you know, I'm looking at the price of gasoline. I'm thinking, maybe I better start being one of those guys, you know, millionaire next door kind of thing, where I start taking better advantage of all these different programs and all these different deals that they got. So yeah, I got 4 Mr. Browns in the car here today. But I picked up the newspaper, and while I was there, I snapped this picture up on the screen here. $6, 18.9. Don't be fooled. It's $6.19 now. For a gallon, 1 gallon of gasoline. You realize I barely afford now to mow the yard at prices like that. You know,
Are you surprised, Ray?
Am I?
A little bit. No, Ray.
Yes. I will go through some numbers.
7 by summer, Ray.
I will go through some numbers here with you, and I know. And Mana's going, no numbers, please. Don't do it. Power cost to increase in the front page of the Pacific Daily News. Who has not already gone through every single room in the house? Unplugged all of the unnecessary little vampire power devices.
Yeah, those little Febreze
air
fresheners.
Forget about it. Let the air stink. Let the air stink, right? You don't never mind any of that stuff there. Anything that is drawing electricity that you absolutely don't need to draw electricity on, go ahead and unplug. But who hasn't already done that? Everybody's done that. We've all switched our lights from the incandescent bulbs with the little wire on the inside. Anybody remember wires on the inside of the bulbs? And then we went to CFCs, and now everything is the LED lights.
Yeah,
you can control them with your phone, but you know, we've already gone through the process of converting everything over. My water heater, as an example, is only on for about 15 minutes a day. That's it. And there are rooms that I don't go to and keep virtually sealed off from the rest of the house so that the air conditioning doesn't, you know, in the living room doesn't have to try to get to the air, you know, the other rooms down the line in the house. Yeah, so
cold showers, Ray.
No way, bro.
It's time to cut to cold showers and just
absolutely can't do it. Will not be able to do that. Power's going to have to be a whole lot higher to get there. Power customers,
but you know what? It'll also
steep
mean
increases.
Even if you switch to gas dryer, gas water heater and stuff, that's going to go up because that gas price is also going to.
LP gas prices are not what they were 2 years ago either.
So I think people are going to be line drying.
Stone Age.
You see,
that's Stone Age.
You're going to be line drying clothes, which makes a whole lot of sense nowadays.
Oh, I don't know about that. And
I got a chain link fence. You're going to see all of my clothes hanging over the fence.
That's why we got that. That's why there's a retaining wall so we can hang stuff from it. God help hope it starts blowing around here 20 after 6 o'clock in the morning. But I will do my best to be the cheerleader, to be the voice of hope and good expectations about things to come. Gas prices are up. The power bills are going to be going up, but not this very second. So try to enjoy your coffee this morning. Go outside while it's still relatively cool and enjoy some of that here. 20 after 6 o'clock in the morning. That guy there is Real Joe, and he gets the phone when you call at 888-825-5888.
Let's go, Brandon.
Oh, boy. When's
That's how I answer the phone here, Ray.
When's the next election?
I'm just kidding.
When can we... Yeah, I'm putting Real Joe up on the screen.
I heard you earlier. Get him out of office fast. Somebody do something.
There's got to be a way. There's got to be a way. We got to take him out and Kamala at the same time. I meant politically, of course. I didn't. Some people are saying,
wow,
you've been making too much noise about vigilante groups going out there, Gibson. What is there? Something else going on in your head? As soon as I put together a plan, I'll let you know. 21 after the hour. Anyway, Real Joe gets the phone when you call 671-888-8255 888-TALK. Monticello Tyrant is going to be from the news center is going to be coming in with all kinds of news and information with us all morning long. Big newscast at the top of the hour, little tiny headline guys down at the bottom
and
of the hour.
Joanne's Bakery is open again.
They are you sure?
Yes. According to the PDN, they got an A rating. They've reopened.
That's Joanne's Bakery. Because the last thing I got from DPHSS indicated that there were still issues and that their license, their thing was still suspended. Maybe they just opened up.
Yeah, well, this is
just middle finger
PDN.
to DPHSS and said, we still have the placard from from a while. We just put that back up. So I don't know. So hopefully people up in Gigo have got their. Is it Jones or Joanne's?
Joanne's. Joanne's
Bakery fix is now taken care of, and the Ray Gibson Show fix should be taken care of as well. 6:22 in the morning. I realized yesterday after you'd left, Mana, that it took me a while. I did not get to the celebrity birthdays until late yesterday. I'm very, very sorry. I don't know how you were able to cope yesterday without knowing.
I knew something was missing. My day was just not complete.
That it was...
all day I was just wandering around aimlessly because of that.
Whose birthday could it be?
So I'll give them to you now.
Okay.
Cher.
Oh, what is she, 104?
Oh, wow.
Close. 76 years old.
Oh.
Cher is 76.
Like
That's the new 26.
I was looking around here for pictures from Cher.
Hot.
I was going to make a big deal about Cher, and you remember that video that she did on what was it, some battleship back in the 1980s?
Oh, yeah.
Guaranteed there's guys on
Very
Guam that were on that ship.
provocative.
When Cher was doing that dance on I forget the name of the song from a long time. I was gonna make a big deal about
If
Cher.
I could turn back love or time.
Was that it?
Yeah.
The one where everybody was like,
Don't make me sing it, man.
There were people that were freaking out about that because Cher was showing an incredible amount of Cher half-breed buttocks.
Wow.
In the video.
It was super
Only
slim.
Cher.
She was sharing.
Yeah, and everybody was like, well, it ruined the decorum, if you will, of a Navy battleship.
Of a battleship.
Yeah.
Oh.
And everybody said, oh, you shouldn't have done that.
Tension on deck.
Yeah. There's much worse going on there now, I'm sure. But anyway, 6:23 in the morning. I was going to make a big deal about it, but I changed my mind because I started reading some tweets from Cher. And a couple of days ago, she tweeted this. She said, this morning, I was feeling kind of blue and thought, I've got to pull myself up by my bootstraps. Then I realized some effing Republican stole my boots.
Oh, wow.
What?
I didn't know.
Why-
I had no idea she
Right?
was.
All of a sudden, it's just bam, politics right in the middle of the shared love.
Well,
So,
those boots were made for walking.
and that's just what they'll do. Happy 76 sort of birthday to Cher. Tim Oliphant, one of my favorite actors. Tim Oliphant, you'll remember him. He was in a TV show on HBO called Deadwood. And before this program is over, he always had this look like he was just seething. He was getting ready to boil over on something. Awesome character in the movie and great inspiration for everybody. Busta Rhymes, the rapper, is 50 years old.
Wow.
Survived.
50.
The guy managed to survive the last two decades. Hasn't had a hit in about 3 decades, but he's 50 years old today. And we got Al Franken, the magician, is 71. Mr. T, I pity the fool.
Lover Lang. Yes.
70 years old.
Wow.
Judge Reinhold. Here's one that'll make you feel old. Judge Reinhold, Fast Times at Ridgemont High. 65. The guy was a perpetual teenager, 65 years old today. We got Bernie Taupin, maybe the greatest songwriter of all time. And people are going to say, well, what about Lennon McCartney? And so what about him? Bernie Taupin. Every great Elton John song that you've ever heard in your life turns 72 years old. Model Naomi Campbell is 52 years old, and that's all I got for celebrity birthdays. Unless somebody else has got something like that, you want to add that to the Facebook Live or the YouTube Live and all of that. In fact, speaking of Facebook Live, let's meet up with these other Cher half-breed buttocks fans.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name. Glad you came. You wanna be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You wanna be where everybody knows your name. You wanna go where people know people are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name.
6:26 in the morning. Montecito Tyron right now Googling, trying to find out if Cher's mother is still alive. Cher is 76 years old, and that would make Cher's mother
90-something.
Just amazing. Every once in a while, you hit me with a trivial thing, and I'm like, "Wow, where does that crap come from?" And number
single?
one, number two, why is that still in your head?
Single. Okay, that's what I want to know, man.
6:26. So you only had that one kid, huh? Just Cher, right on. Single mother, one kid, perfect. It's the Ray Gibson Show, as you can tell. All right. So where was I supposed to go? I was supposed to talk about some of the half-breed buttocks lovers.
She's 95 years old.
She's still alive.
Her name is Georgia Holt. Still alive.
Amazing. Rico Blankenfleur is still alive here this morning. Big man Rico at number one. I see Pam Duvall watching along with him, the hot sister of the program. Auntie Bennett Lujan Duenas from Family Finance Online. Shuri Iriarty, Rico says, don't y'all be frowning today. No frowny Friday. I'll try, bud, but today's the day. I don't know. Don't look at the markets. Don't look at your power bill, and try not to look at the gas bill. Shuri Iriarty online saying, hi. Patty Santiago is there. Valerie S.A. Untalan says, good morning. Is gas really at $6.19? No. It's 618.9. Do you feel better? Do you love me? Are you loving me now? All right. Nate Horn saying, good morning, everybody. Nick Perlowski, who is going to be in perpetual grouchy mode all day today, saying, oik. April Flowers, Shelton. Good morning to, Franklin Meadow. There's Bunker. Biba Bunker. Even wrote Biba underneath his name, just to remind us to Biba him while he's online. Biba, Bunker, it's the 37th Guam Legislature. You've just been inaugurated. Day one. What are you going to be doing? Go ahead and write your answer. Tim Zedeker's online. Jay Rojas. Whoop, whoop, mahalos.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you, Jay. Good to have you online. Greg Fausto is there. LC Olnagan is watching the program here. That's a gender non-specific name, Real Joe, so you right-click on that one if you don't mind.
Right away, sir.
Sarita Garin saying, good morning, Ray, Mana, Joe, Jerry, and the beautiful listeners of The Point. Heather Perez is on. Colin Clark. I got, Jerome McDonough is watching the program. Mark and Francis Ishmael says Joe Cruz online. Amazing. How did he get there? Dennis Benzer says, rest in peace, Vangelis. Did he die? Did the composer die, Vangelis? I know you as a runner can appreciate one of his songs. Chariots of Fire, I think, is the name of the tune that we might all be thinking of. Pete Rivera, good morning to you. Gemma Bustamante, happy No Frowny Face Friday. Have a great weekend. All Dale Audette is there. Brad says, come on, beer 30. Hey, Brad. We were all together last night. We all met up. Everybody magically found each other over at the Skinner Plaza for Food Truck Thursday and B-Day, the honey thing. Yeah. We're all over that, and it was crazy busy the entire time. And I did become a judge. I don't know if Dennis saw, but I did actually participate in the tasting contest. But I was trying to get through it, and I kept moving. You pick out your top 3, and there were like 9 different samples of honey. Really, it was that. I mean, that many more competitors this year than last year. So every time I tried one that I liked, I'd move the bottle away from the center of the table. So I knew, okay, there's the one, and then I move the bottle so I know that's one of my favorites. And there was a Karen in front of me. And
Emeritus?
Emeritus.
Oh.
and she couldn't make up her mind which one she liked the most. So rather than go back around and sample it again, she just kind of reach across my chest and she would move my bottles that I moved to indicate which ones were my favorites. Oh yeah. I was getting ready. I was going to make Jeff from Pirates Cove kick her
You mean
back.
she wasn't social distancing?
She was not. So there was no social distancing, and worse, I think she scrambled a couple. I don't think she put them back over the right envelopes, and so I'm like, oh, my brain was getting ready to explode, and then I remembered I had beer, so I was okay. But I ran into Brad, and Lucia was there, and Marielle was there, and Carlos was there. So we left, we ate, and then left that scene, and then went over to Carabao and ate again. So it was a good time. Was had by all. So he's calling for beer 30 again. We'll see what happens. Dave Lazard, anybody know when Lahaina Noon occurs on Guam?
Tomorrow.
Amy Riley is watching the program. We'll have our crack team of researchers get to that. David Lazard, Dennis Benzer saying good morning to Real MF and Joe Cruz. Have a beer on me. Is it your birthday again? Is it your birthday again, Brett?
I think so.
Happy birthday to you then. I appreciate that. John Ray Titano's online. And Luis Hortillosa is watching the program. Good morning to Dale Audette. Multiple times here this morning. He's just checking in all over the place. Julene Helgenberger is online saying, happy Friday. You ought to right-click on that one too, Real Joe. Stephen Applegate is there post-canteen with a reminder. Queen of Hearts jackpot, $24.50, $2,450. That's the real program in Silapi. How do you get involved in it? Go to the Post Canteen tonight before 7 o'clock. Buy yourself some tickets and line up for a chance to win $2,415. Joe and Billa Bay. Did I say it right?
Well done.
Wow, very
And
good.
in the program, Kathy Pinella Rios, Marshall Wong. I get, let me see, Jesse Lujan. That's the Senator Jesse Lujan, also to be again, Senator. April says, gas prices have gone up and soon so will power. I'll need a second job to pay for it all. Oh, my God. That thought hasn't even crossed my mind. Maybe getting a second job?
Yeah, greeter.
Greeter. Like Home
Morning,
Depot.
sir.
Yeah.
Home Depot.
Can you make that? I need a key. Can you make me a key? I want to be the key
greeter
guy.
at Totumart.
Oh, sweet.
Free
to Jesus.
Zoanne Titano's online. Harvey Egna. We ought to do that. Everybody, that ought to be our thing. If you had to take a second job, what would that be? All right. For me, it would be governor of Guam. I'm sorry. I got to shoot high.
Second job. That would be your second
job.
All right.
Yeah. It's not that hard. You've seen how some people do that. There's a lot of meetings and ribbon cuttings. And every once in a while you get into the media and say something that is meaningless and will be misinterpreted. That's the job of being a governor. I'm in the media. I say meaningless and often misinterpreted things on a daily basis. So I think I'm already cut into that groove for the job. All you need to do is elect me. Harvey Egna watching the program. Fill them up before the price increase. Harvey, I don't think you can. As Mana was reporting, it was Mobile and 76 that raised their prices yesterday. This morning, 618.9 at the Shell station. So it's up everywhere. If you know somebody on base, they're not going to be changing their prices until tomorrow. But the intel that we have is that the prices are going to go up and more closely match what the average price of gas is on the mainland, which is kind of stinky as well. But again, I need to go over the numbers because there's a couple of things that don't make sense. More on that in a second. Ismail Velez says Kennebunk Light and, oh my God, this is another long one here. Kennebunk Light and Power is literally owned by the customers. It is a nonprofit electric company that sends all savings to the customers. Customers vote in board members and managers. We need GovGuam out of our lives, out of our healthcare system, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm not going to disagree with any of that. I just can't read it all right now. Let me see. There's so many. God, it's a big crowd here this morning. Stand by. Privatized GPA, he says. Dennis, I can't read what you just wrote here. Jose Tetbog was online. Let me see. There's Brennan Fausto, Jose, and Rudy Rodolfo, the original Burger King. If I missed your name, sorry. Ovi Kitigua is online. Danny Guerrero is watching the program. So is James Howard, also on the YouTube side. He just comes over every once in a while. and buzzes this crowd. Matt Galendez, Priscilla Tell You is watching the program. I see Venue Guam. Phil's up early here this morning. What was the buzz over at Venue last night, Brud? Who else is playing around? Elwin Chimpaco Quintano says, folks, it's almost time to do your daily showers and cooking at Ipao Beach. It's getting trendy now as utilities and gas prices rise. So will tent sales. Scary, isn't it? Leslie St. Nicholas, Tammy Bumba is watching the program. Henry Manglotnia, Justin Estacio, Sil Babata, Ariola Pay is there. So is Bill Fritton, Marvin Tuncap, Mercy Wenzel, Ken Augustin, Evelyn P. Bernardo, Oliver Malacca sending good morning greetings to just about everybody. What's that? I'm sorry, it's Nick Perlowski. With his version of a joke that's making its way around social media. Thanks, everyone, for your concern. First off, I'm okay. I was a bit shaken up. For those of you that aren't aware, I was robbed at the QT off of Blue Mound Road. I managed to call the police. They were quick to respond. My blood pressure was through the roof. My money is now gone, though. The police asked me if I know who it was, and I told them yes. It was pump number 3. Anna Marie is online. When Roey is there, I see Sandra Rages and more checking in. And big crowd this morning as usual. Do me a favor, and thank you so much for doing it every time I ask. Hit the share button on the thing and just let everybody know that this is the place that you are coming to for rays of hope. Light at the end of the tunnel, as it were. And I'm going to do everything I can to make you feel better about a bouquet of just lousy news here on a Friday morning. For heaven's sakes, there's got to be something to be happy about. Anything? Joe, again.
There's always something to be happy about.
All right,
and grateful for.
I feel the need to take care of this is a special announcement for all of my friends that are running for political office or will be addressing the rise in gas prices and power costs by having fundraisers. You know, who says you can't just have a fundraiser?
Just because.
Just because?
Yeah.
But if you're planning on having a fundraiser over at Sidelines, where John Ananich's place, FYI, the dates are filling up fast. While I was there yesterday, right? I was there yesterday, had the sliders and a couple of Mick Ultras. Yeah. I was and hanging out with John Ananich over at the place. And while I was there, no less than 1, 2, 3 phone calls from people saying, "Hey, I want to do a fundraiser over at Sidelines. What's the deal?"
Yeah.
And so the calendar is starting to fill up. So if you have got your eye on, and in fact, even John is having a hard time picking out the date for his fundraiser. But anyway, so if you are of the mind to have a fundraiser over at Sidelines, make a phone call real quick because the calendar is filling up fast. And while I was there yesterday, which one was it? I had the sliders. Made the way they put together the fat burgers, and I absolutely loved it. Great burger. We had to do a thing. What was the last time it was at the Post had a hamburger competition? It's been a couple of years, right, since they've done that? Yeah. Look, if you guys aren't going to do that anymore, let me do it. Yeah. Let me do it. I'd like to throw a big burger competition, find the best hamburger on Guam. What's that?
We got a great parking lot to do that.
Just bring all the restaurant guys over and have them do that. 6:38 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Much on the table of contents to talk about. And a lot of stuff that we didn't get to over the course of the week because I'm lazy and easily distracted. So we'll do all of that. But after we get around to looking at news and headlines with Mana Silva Tyron, who's not wearing a pink shirt like I am. Mana Silva Tyron, what happened?
Well, gas prices up another 15 cents this morning at all 3 of our local stations. It's $6.19 for a regular gallon of gas. Mobile 76 were the first ones to raise it. Shell followed suit this morning. What does it mean for your power bill? Well, that's going to go up. GPA looking to increase their levelized energy adjustment or the fuel surcharge on your power bill. They're looking at a 26% increase that will take full effect by November. The PUC does have to approve that, though, before it takes effect. Meanwhile, the Post is also reporting that GPA's rate proposal has a bill introduced at the legislature. Senator Jim Moylan sent a letter also to the governor asking her to provide relief to ratepayers. His bill is Bill 79 that would also provide assistance to local ratepayers. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
I got you. Tell Dennis to call in after we talk to John Fernandez. Go find Dennis Larson and tell him to call in. He's got some pictures that he sent over. I'm torn now. Do I show the pictures of sunrise over at Pirates Cove early this morning, or do I show the pictures of the B-Day celebration? I'll tell you what, we'll sunrise first over at Pirates Cove and get that kind of out of the way. Gorgeous looking morning, steel skies as the sun breaks over the eastern side of the island, and there it is, the sunrise from Pirates Cove. Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate that. Saw you yesterday over at Pirates Cove. And even tapped him on the back, but he was so involved as a judge for the contest, the honey tasting contest. He's like, I ain't got no time for you. I ain't got no time for you. Who's that pretty Japanese girl you're with? I'm gonna hug her, but I'm not even gonna acknowledge that you were around. But it was nice. It was nice seeing the back of your head there yesterday. 20 away from 7 o'clock in the morning. We'll take a look at what's going on in early morning traffic and a bunch of other stuff that's in my head that will eventually get out in just a moment.
JV International Safety Equipment has it all for you. Fall protection, rain gear, traffic signs, speed bumps, custom signs and banners, PPEs, fire extinguishers, plus more. Check them out on Facebook at JV International Safety Equipment Company or visit their website, www.jvisec.com. JV International Safety Equipment, Guam's leader in occupational and environmental safety equipment. Call 688-9524. JV International Safety Equipment, located in Harmon Industrial Park.
Everyone has a busy schedule these days, and sometimes we forget to schedule our routine dental checkup and cleaning. Don't neglect your dental health. Schedule one today with Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile Team, conveniently located at the East West Business Center on Marine Drive, Upper Tumon. Call us today at 647-8702 or 3. Again, that's 647-8702 or 647-8703. We make smiles happen.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's WorkPass, powered by Plume. WorkPass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about WorkPass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Oh, that's so nice. Was an attractive woman on Instagram sent me an unsolicited message that said, "Hello, how you doing today? Hope you're staying safe."
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
sweet.
The crazy thing is she's actually in her profile picture holding a fish. So I'm like, could it be any clearer that this is some kind of a phishing scam? 642. Oh, that reminds me. There's a post. I think it's somewhere on the YouTube feed from yesterday. There's this woman that she's like, "Oh, you seem like a real unique person. Is it possible I can get to know you?" It's like somebody's actually flirting with me online on the Facebook Live thing. Oh, that's so sweet. Anyway, 6:43 in the morning. We were going to do traffic, right? On screen right now, I've got pictures of 10. It's okay, Joe.
Sorry, man.
It's all right. I'll get to the program here in just a second. But we were talking about the honey competition last year. There weren't that many honey samples to choose from for the honey tasting contest. It took a second to get through. This year, completely different. There are 10 different varieties of honey from a bunch of different growers and beekeepers here on Guam. That's how big this thing has gotten. That's how big beekeeping has gotten on Guam. And you can tell by the sheer number of people that were able to get some honey out there for the competition. Number one, can you imagine all the other beekeepers that didn't bother taking their honey out to the competition? So congratulations to all the beekeepers and a growing hobby here on Guam, and good prices too. Good prices. I mean, it's surprising, that some of these guys are able to say, okay, well, this kind of honey that I make, because I know somebody with two different places where they've got bees. One out at Windward and another one down in, I want to say, in Irahan someplace, and two different versions, different colors of honey represented here. But Dennis Larson apparently won the contest. So we say congratulations to him. There might be some pictures floating around. There it is in the awards ceremony. I don't know who that lady is. Somebody's wife is on the screen now, and there's. I don't know. I know that. There's a Rose, Robin Rose Greeno. That's Robin Rose Greeno.
Nice.
And they were able to convince Rose to take off her mask. Real good. So a lot of people involved in the competition. Okay, you wanted to do the traffic thing, right? Okay, here it is, the traffic thing. I've got it up on the screen, and now it's on your screen. Looks like you going to play the music? Good man. All right, so Chico Town, a little bit of traffic before you get to Anderson Air Force Base. Otherwise, a little bit of stop and go on the southbound side. A little bit of traffic up at Waisang Song, and then the intersection of 1 and 3. Nothing major happening at Ukadu and Guam Regional Medical City, but it does look like things are slowing down before you get to that intersection. Before you get to Route 16, you might, over at the Micronesia Mall intersection, you might encounter a little bit of a slowdown at that intersection. 16, though, to 8, 10, and 16 looking clear right now. Route 8 into town. Clear. Route 4 into town running fairly clear right now, so you should not be running into too many slowdowns there. Southbound Marine Corps Drive all the way to Big Navy in Sumai, not so bad. Now, what was it yesterday? People were having a hard time getting out drive time over by the old Pizza Hut down in Sumai, so you might... I don't know if they've resolved any of those issues. You might expect some delays. Try to leave early if you can. 6:45. There it is. You're right now. Traffic here on The Point.
Hi, this is Josh here at APL. Our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com.
Turning Point USA Guam presents a common-sense conservatives conversation on issues affecting us daily. Guam Live, a streaming event just for Guam. The event will feature young conservatives Isabel Brown with the Trump administration and Students for Life, and Stephen Davis, also known as MAGA Hulk, the new young conservative superstar. It'll also be aired live as a VIP event at the Dusit Beach Resort for free. There's limited tickets for the event, so get them now. Scan the QR code with your mobile device if you see any of our flyers. Search Guam Live on Eventbrite to find out more.
Wait, what was I supposed to do?
Nissan Motors.
I'm sorry. I was sending a note to that Crystal Patty woman that's holding a fish in her
nice.
profile that
Your
wants
phone
to know
number?
if I'm doing well and if I'm safe. I'm safe. I'm well. How are you? Oh my God, you're so pretty. Are you single? And then the next question I'm going to ask is there a number is there a way I can send you some money?
Oh,
I think that's what I'll do. Yeah. Look, if I'm going to get screwed by the gas companies and the power company at the same time, might as well get screwed in social media as well. Where were we? 6:47 in the morning. Save your gas money. It's never been more important for me to tell you that the rides over at Nissan will save you on gas. 30-plus miles to the gallon on just about every car on the lot, including the Versa, 35 miles to the gallon, the Sentra, and the Kicks, 33 miles per the gallon, and you got the Ultima and the Rogue at 32. Now, you might not have ever been one of those people that are like, yeah, you know what, electric cars are for tree huggers, man. That's for Lola granola types and lefties. But at $6.19 a gallon, you might be changing your mind. They have the Nissan Leaf, which is an electric car, gets the equivalent of 111 miles to the gallon. Never mind. Keep your programming Salapi. I'm getting me one of these rides at NissanGuam.com.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-8255.
6:48 in the morning. It's the Ray Gibson Show until it's not going to be anymore. Hey, you ever quit a job and you got 2 weeks notice and you just kind of glide your way through those 2 weeks and just go, yeah, I might come to work on time tomorrow. Might not, probably won't. But you got guys like John Fernandez absolutely committed to the mission, and no way he's going to be gliding through the next couple of months and trying to keep track of all the different mandates of the Department of Education. Hey, John, good morning. Welcome to the program.
Hey, good morning, Ray.
In the waning days of the Fernandez administration over the Department of Education as its superintendent, looks like you guys got hit with a big surprise from the governor's office in the form of pay raises. Well, not necessarily a surprise. I know you guys have been working on evaluations and putting the proposals together, but the implementation is going to be a little bit financially tricky, is it not?
Well, I think there's a couple of things going on. First of all, the pay raise that we've been working on, just because we've had an ongoing discussion about teacher pay and all the impacts of COVID-19 and so forth. So we were waiting for a decision by the governor, and so we were happy that she made that decision, and we were ready to go forward with it. The only challenge is trying to find out where the money would come from to immediately implement it. And as you know, Ray, I mean, I'm always there to try to always looking for ways to solve the problem. So when she brought it to my attention, I let her know that we would reach out to USDOE to see if we could use federal funds for these purposes. But as far as local funds go, we're really scraping the bottom of the barrel right now just to make sure we have enough to get through the school year. So that's kind of where I left it. I know it got a lot of attention at the legislature because we weren't able to say definitively where it would come from. But I was happy to note that Lester came on the radio and said what I thought the agreement was, that now that the commitment is made, there would be all efforts made to ensure there was funding to cover that promise, and that's the assurance we're working on. We've reached out to USDOE. They've come back with questions just to kind of clarify, what, why, and how we plan to use these funds. We think it's fairly optimistic and positive. And very likely that we'll be able to use the funds for this, at least the interim period. But of course, we're going to have to meet all those requirements that USDOE is going to come back at us with.
So I'm not crazy about that, because it seems to me that the federal funds that you were talking about were specifically put in place, and I think you had an eye to take care of years worth of deferred maintenance and other upgrades that you could make to the actual facilities. To see that money going into payroll. And not necessarily turning into upgrades and the conveniences for the students and the teachers in the school facilities, it doesn't feel right to me.
It's one of those things that we have to really balance. And I think when we looked at it and said maybe for the interim, to cover this period before the start of the fiscal year, let's look at that. But going further would really have a more significant impact on the money that's set aside for these capital improvements. So, of course, our teachers are going to be in those classrooms, and we want to make sure we have enough teachers for our kids. That's first and foremost. But if we're not able to sustain funding beyond October 1st, that would be a problem, because then we start to get into all of these, get into the money that's set aside for facility fixes, which we hope will be more long-term benefits for the kids. So that's a juggling act we're doing now. We're trying to find the money needed for this period of time to get us through the summer, and then we're counting on the legislature. I think they're working to ensure that in the budget there's money there to carry this on.
I don't know where they're going to find the money. It's kind of questionable. Whether our tax revenues are going to be where they are next year, considering how much money people are now going to have to be throwing aside for gasoline and power.
I was given a scolding look at the legislature when that came up, and I said, well, I'm sorry to say I'm not an expert on the revenues, but we do the spending. On our side, so.
Expert at the spending. Now, of course, the conversation about pay raises for the teachers had always been in parallel with conversations about pay raises, perhaps for the 12-month employees of the Department of Education, other non-teachers, non-administrators, because they have almost immediately began clamoring, saying, "What about us? What about us?" And so I'm going to ask you, John Fernandez, hey, what about us?
Yeah, no, we feel the same way, and of course we didn't want to slow down the educator adjustments, because we know our teachers and our administrators have been working to keep schools going and are going to continue to do so. But we do think it needs to be across the board, because our frontline our employees are not just the educators, but also the staff that are out there as well, handing out food, supervising kids, and so forth. So we do want that addressed. My understanding is that that should be addressed in the general pay plan. So we're hoping that happens, this year. But with regard to what we can do in the interim, we're looking at options and whether there's anything we can do for our staff before that happens. But again, we don't have that answer yet. But we feel the same way. I think the board feels the same way too. That eventually, this has to be fair and equitable across the board. And I understand that there's always a controversy about pay raises, but we feel that the education department employees are really try to do our best to keep up with our peers and counterparts in the states, and also support the schools through this pandemic. So we hope we'll find a reasonable solution to that.
Well, I don't know about counterparts in the States. Counterparts at Dodea, I think, should be the primary target here when we start making comparisons, because they're the easiest to lose people to personnel and payroll. Now, you talked about equity here, and I thought it was kind of interesting. Guam Daily Post earlier in the week in a headline story talking about how administrators are basically getting another raise on top of it. So you've got the educators that are going to be making 20% more, and I think that's in line with what everybody believes they deserve as a result, certainly of the last couple of years of COVID-19 era teaching and all of the work that they had to do to take care of 3 different learning models at the time. But then the administrators are getting 15% and 10%, and then we come to find out that that's on top of 20% that they were going to be getting. So you're going to have people in your system that are lined up now, John, for a 35% pay raise. That's an awful lot, don't you think?
Well, I think it was a significant jump in those raises. I mean, we did definitely raise the issue that we were having with the administration about being able to recruit administrators. To be honest, we barely have any assistant principals left because there aren't any applicants. I think when people understand that going from teaching, which is for the 9 months of teaching and moving into a 12-month position. There has to be compensation for that. Otherwise, I think teachers work hard all year and want to have that summer break. The administrators are on duty that entire year, running summer school and also going through everything they need to do for those summer months. So there was a need to adjust the compensation to be able to recruit and to retain administrators, and I think that was the way it was done. And of course, it's not apples to apples again. The administrators are on duty all year. They don't get that summer break, and I think that's the issue between teachers. We've been encouraging teachers to step into administration, but when they evaluate, so how much extra money are you asking for me to forego the summer off? And it hasn't been enough, and so I think that's the effort, and we're going to see. We're going to start doing some final selections for permanent principals and trying to recruit assistant principals. So I'm interested to see if that's going to be if we're going to have a full pool of applicants or whether it's really not enough. I mean, I think there's been a hesitancy for teachers to step into those roles because of all the other responsibilities that have been placed on the administrators, especially during the pandemic.
Yeah, I didn't realize that there was such pressure to keep those positions filled. I mean, obviously teacher positions.
Basically, to be a principal now, you risk going into a school that may have had 2 assistant principals and now being principal and doing it all yourself. So it has been a change, and due to the lack of administrators in that pool, and that's something we've been trying to address.
6:57 and change. Have they started over at the board looking for your replacement?
I know. Well, I'm not really necessarily involved in all of this discussion yet because I know that they will be finalizing a committee selection for the selection committee to help steer that process. And I think that's where it's at now. So I'm sure that when they're ready to share more details, they'll do that. But I just want to tell you, Ray, if I could just interest you to let you know what I've been up to in addition to everything else.
Sure.
We're trying to close out the school year. Like you said, maybe this is the time to glide into these final weeks. But it's really been busy. We got graduations coming up, and USDOE will actually be here next week to do their visit. So yeah, there's a lot going on. But the most fun part of it is I don't know if you were able to catch any of my posts recently. On Monday, we decided to finish the year off like I did when I first came in July of 2012, and get out to the schools, to all 41 schools, and get a chance to say goodbye to our teachers and our kids. And the only challenge is that we did that in 30 days, back in 2012. So we decided we would try to do that in 7 days. So this is our 41 school challenge. It's been really a blast to be out there and remind us all about why we do what we do in education. But I have to tell you, looking at our high school kids and greeting them, seeing our little kids, our kindergartners, our Head Start kids, has really been actually a great way for me to end the school year. So take a look. You'll see. Just a reminder of why we do what we do. Hope you take a look.
I'm looking you up on Twitter right now, and we'll take some of the pictures that are online. Yeah.
You'll see some of it on Instagram, and I think that's where most of it will be. But yeah, no, it's really great to get out there. We're back to normal, you know, as much as possible. The in-person promotions and graduations will really top the year off. Hopefully, we're past this pandemic and we can continue to get back to normal, you know, over the coming year.
Great place to end the conversation, John. You have a terrific rest of the day, and hope you enjoy the rest of your Department of Education tour. And I'm sure before you're all done with DOE, we'll talk again. Appreciate your time. Absolutely. I'll see you soon. Yes, sir.
All right, thanks, Ray.
There it is, John Fernandez from the Department of Education, the superintendent, closing in on 7 o'clock in the morning. Coming up, Fox News Live, Montecillo Tyron with a look at news and headlines. We'll see what's happening on the market. Good news, bad news, mostly bad news, especially on Tapas, although I'm going to go over some numbers that will make you scratch your head. That's all ahead right here.
Last weekend is critical to the community. John Persons, president of Tops Friendly Markets, offering reassurance they will reopen.
We will make sure we open this store, and it will be a beautiful, wonderful store, and it will be an honor to the victims and all the survivors of this tragic event.
Earlier today, the 18-year-old suspect accused of targeting black shoppers was indicted on a first-degree murder charge. President Biden's on his way to South Korea and Japan, his first Indo-Pacific trip as president. Back in D.C., Vice President Kamala Harris holding a virtual meeting with abortion providers.
The power a woman has to make decisions about her own body, I believe, is directly connected to her power to make decisions about her future.
The administration says other rights could be in jeopardy if the Supreme Court overturns Roe v. Wade. Many critics of Roe argue it should be up to the states. What amounts to a triple ban on abortion is coming soon in Oklahoma after lawmakers gave approval to a bill some say goes beyond a highly restrictive Texas law.
The Oklahoma bill, which now heads to Republican Governor Kevin Stitt's desk, would prohibit abortions in all cases, except if the mother's life is in danger or if the pregnancy is due to rape or incest that has been reported to police. Governor Stitt said he plans to sign it. The bill also lets private citizens sue abortion providers or anyone who helps a woman get the procedure.
Fox's Gernal Scott. Oklahoma already bans abortion once a fetal heartbeat is detected, and a law making abortion a felony takes effect this summer. CDC advisors voting to recommend COVID booster shots for kids ages 5 to 11 following the FDA's lead. The House committee probing the Capitol riot wants to talk to another House Republican, Georgia Congressman Barry Loudermilk, about a tour purportedly given the day before the riot. America is listening to Fox News.
Like many other businesses, the pandemic presented challenges and uncertainty. We had to stop operations for months and relied on the PPP to keep our staff employed. We had to develop COVID-related health policies and prepare reopening guidance that modified the way we operated and carried out our program. Our maximum capacity was reduced. We invested in new equipment, stocked up on PPEs, and even had to hire more employees to ensure social distancing and controlled groups. The CARES Act funding and child care stabilization grants from the ARP funds allowed our company to cover business expenses related to the COVID pandemic and stabilize our operations so that we can remain open, continue to provide care to Guam's families, allowing our economy to rebuild and assist frontline workers and those getting back into the workforce. We're thankful for Congressman St. Nicholas for advocating for these funds in Washington, D.C. If you have any federal issues, please contact your congressman's office.
Thank you for the federal funds.
Thank you for the federal funds.
Paid for with official funds from the Office of Congressman Michael F.Q. San Nicolas.
A strong show of U.S. support for two nations hoping to join NATO.
Standing next to the leaders of Sweden and Finland, President Biden assured them they have the full, total, and complete backing of the U.S. to join the NATO alliance.
Quite straightforward. Finland and Sweden make NATO stronger.
Swedish Prime Minister Magdalena Andersson says her country is choosing a new path after 2 centuries of military non-alignment.
Russia's full-scale aggression against a sovereign and democratic neighbor. That was a watershed moment for Sweden.
Ascension to the alliance will need approval from all 30 NATO members, including Turkey, whose leadership is signaling opposition. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
The U.S. Senate passing $40 billion in aid to Ukraine, sending it to the president's desk, with all Democrats and most Republicans supporting it. Separately, another $100 million in military equipment is heading to Ukraine. The latest shipment including more howitzers and anti-artillery radar systems. Canada is banning China's Huawei technologies from its next-generation mobile networks over security concerns. This means Huawei will not have a role in building Canada's next-generation infrastructure. In the U.S., Chinese tech companies, including Huawei and ZTE, are banned from getting network equipment licenses. Twitter announcing a new policy targeting crisis misinformation.
Highly visible, misleading tweets from state-affiliated media accounts, verified and official government accounts, will start to include warnings noting they could bring harm to crisis-affected populations. This includes mischaracterizing conditions on the ground as conflict evolves and false information regarding international community response, sanctions, and defensive actions.
Fox's Christian Goodwin, the goal to elevate credible information and curb disinformation in times of crisis, including war. Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Are you looking for a new place to hang out with your friends? Let's go along the sidelines at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Located at 154 Iriarte Road, Unit 4 and 5 in Tamuning behind Royal Bigs. Sidelines, a hidden gem with nothing but great things to offer. Great atmosphere, great food, top shelf drinks, and a great team. What are we waiting for? Let the fun begin at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Open daily from 3 p.m. to 2 a.m. See you there.
$15 might not get you that far, but Chili's is bucking the trend with $15 meal deals. At Chili's, $15 gives you not one, not two, but 3-course meal deals complete with a drink, a starter, and an entree. Mix and match 3-course meals 15 ways to Sunday with soup, salad, or chips and salsa to start, and ranchero chicken tacos, honey chipotle crispers with rice, bacon ranch quesadillas, or personal fajitas for the main course. Build your own $15 meal deal at Chili's. More life and great value happen here.
Half day. My name is John Kinata from the village of Umate. I've applied for the program in Salapi to help me in my daily commute from Umate to Manila. Thank you to this administration for the program in Salapi.
The application deadline for program in Salapi has been extended to May 22nd, 2022. For more information, please visit doa.guam.gov. This ad was paid for by the Office of the Governor using government funds.
Half a day at 7:06. I'm Mana Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on The Point. It's the highest ever. Gas prices up another 15 cents this morning, bringing a regular gallon of gas to $6.19. Mobil and 76 were the first to mark the price increase yesterday. For Supreme, it'll cost you $6.59 a gallon. This increase due primarily to the high cost of crude oil, which is hovering near $110 a barrel. Meanwhile, the Guam Power Authority also looking at increasing their rates as a result of the increasing fuel prices throughout the world. They are looking at a price adjustment that could total 26%. Of course, the PUC will have to approve this. It would be to the Levelized Energy Adjustment Clause, or the LEAC, which is the fuel surcharge on your power bill. The power company claims if they don't increase the rates, GPA would be looking at $34 million in shortfalls by July 31st based on the amount of fuel it buys and the fuel surcharge it passes on to customers. Meanwhile, the Guam Daily Post reports that following the news of GPA's rate increase proposal, Senator Jim Moylan has sent a letter to the governor asking her to provide relief to ratepayers either through existing law or by pursuing a power bill payment assistance program, which he proposed in Bill 79. Also, Congressman Mike Sinicolas has chimed in asking the governor to release immediately $70 million in American Rescue Plan funds to stave off GPA's planned increase. The governor on Thursday did say that her administration is processing and delivering a total of $3 million in direct cash assistance to about 10,000 households and individuals through Program in Salapi. That program gives eligible households up to $300 to help pay for gas and other items. The deadline to apply for the governor's program in Salapi is Sunday, the 22nd. Meanwhile, the Department of Education is looking at its federal counterparts to determine if federal funds can be used to cover pay raises to about 2,000 of its employees. It was a 20% increase announced last week by the administration. And while the raises weren't included in the budget, DOE's left trying to figure out where they're going to get $10 million to cover this fiscal year's increases. The increases, by the way, are to go into effect on May 23rd, which is this Monday. Meanwhile, the BBMR has chimed in. The director there, Lester Carlson, told the Guam Daily Post he's confident that should additional local funds be needed to pay for educator pay raises through the rest of the current fiscal year, the Leon Guerrero administration would be able to provide DOE that money. We'll have more news right after this.
Subway's Eat Fresh Refresh does it again, bringing back a classic fan favorite on the menu. The roast beef returns. And not just any roast beef. It's choice Angus roast beef, flavorful and satisfying on its own, or layered with oven-roasted turkey and Black Forest ham in the Subway Club. Whether you're a choice Angus roast beef purist or like the variety of the Subway Club, both come piled high on hearty multi-grain bread with fresh hand-sliced veggies. Get your fill of the new roast beef at Subway. Eat fresh.
Public Health will soon be able to give COVID booster shots to Guam kids ages 5 to 11 years old. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration this week authorized a booster dose of the Pfizer vaccine to children between the ages of 5 and 11. The U.S. CDC is expected to issue its final recommendation soon, which could be coming this weekend. Public Health says when that happens, they do have ample supply to begin administering the boosters to Guam kids. And from the Pacific Daily News, Newtown Chinese restaurant here in Upper Tumon was closed after inspectors found evidence of cockroach infestation and other health violations, according to Public Health. The Newtown Chinese restaurant, according to inspectors, had evidence of cockroach infestation. And in the kitchen area and underneath the sink, and the kitchen sink also was broken, and other kitchen equipment wasn't cleaned and not kept properly. In their May 13th inspection, they pointed out evidence to support complaints regarding the presence of cockroaches. The sanitary permit for the restaurant has been suspended until those violations are corrected. Meanwhile, Joanne's Bakery, which was closed after an April 15th inspection, has received an A rating this week and was allowed to reopen. All previously reported violations at that bakery were corrected and no new violations were found. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
Yay! They say happy about the bread, but it's the shoe-pow that people go to Joanne's Bakery for. It's usually worth the trip up to Gigo for 7-Eleven in the morning. Also worth a trip up to Gigo for VFW, the canteen that they've got up there. Post Canteen reporting this morning $2,450 in their Queen of Hearts jackpot, which will be the drawing, which will be at 7 o'clock tonight. Best of luck to you. We'll see what happens on all of that. Now, before we get into all of this, I want to alert listener noting the Department of Administration apparently has in their inventory now a brand new Chevy Tahoe. Brand new Chevy Tahoe. Okay, so this is one of those times where I want us all to be going through this price energy disaster simultaneously. I got a car, and it's going to run me about $200 a month to be able to drive around. Just by regular driving around. To and from work, and up to Payless or whatever. Every once in a while, I'll go pick up the kid. But anyway, so about $200 is what my new gas budget has to be here. And so the Department of Administration got a new Tahoe. In fact, they're looking for another SUV. They're looking for another all-wheel drive SUV. I saw a notice in the newspaper for it. And can I ask the government of Guam? Can I ask now, please, when you are buying new cars, can you buy something on behalf of the taxpayers that are paying for the gas? Buy something that has got some decent economy on it. Now, I'm not going to take a dig at Chevy or any of the companies that make big automobiles, but if you're buying, if you're just using the vehicle, do you need an SUV to drop stuff off at the office or make your bank runs or whatever? I don't know what it is that you need the vehicle for. I'm sure the government of Guam needs some kind of transportation capability, and the Department of Administration. But does it have to be a vehicle that gets about 14 miles to the gallon?
That's a lunch ride, Ray.
Does it also have to be a vehicle that has, are you ready for this now? The new Chevy Tahoe has a gas tank. How big is your gas tank, Real Joe, on your little Tonka ride? Do you know?
I can put about maybe 70.
70 gallons?
No, dollars worth of gas.
Oh, $70 worth. So what is it? 15-gallon, 16-gallon tank? Monica, do you know how big your tank is?
I want to say 18. I can tell you. I'll look at my gas receipt.
See how many gallons it took to fill the thing up.
Because it was completely empty. 19.878.
All right. So the Chevy Tahoe.
So 20 gallons.
Has a 24-gallon tank in it.
Oh, boy.
Oh, man, I've got tank envy.
And they're going to fill it up here. This is $148 for a fill-up.
On the base.
And
and it was $87.44. So if they're filling up outside, guaranteed.
Well, of
over
course they're
$100.
filling up outside. I don't know. Maybe they get a fleet rate or something like
Yeah,
that.
but wow.
Amazing. Now, Colin Clark went to the auto port and is reporting $4.40 a gallon for regular, just plain old unleaded gasoline over at the auto port. $4.39.9.
How much for that black Jello?
I don't know how much.
I'll take that, man.
I don't know, bro. Hey, how much is the King car? Do you got King car there too? 7:14 in the morning, and they changed their prices on Saturdays. The scuttlebutt is that the price for the Autoport gas is going to go up by 20 cents tomorrow. So anticipate it being $4.60 or so for a gallon of gasoline if you've got the privilege of being able to buy on base. Otherwise,
I'm just going to start running everywhere.
You think?
Yeah.
Might work.
I don't know how to ride a bike, so.
Telecommute. Yes, tell your boss, hey, look, if I don't need to go to work, can I just work from home? I'll put a camera in here so you can see that I'm. No, you can't. 7:15 in the morning.
My phone works.
On
my
the
underwear.
Yeah, no, it's okay. 7:14 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. All right, so we got to take care of weather now, right? This is what we do at this time in the morning. Mostly sunny today. Highs near 88 degrees. East winds 7 to 10 miles an hour. Mostly sunny. If you're at the beach, is good. If you're sitting in a concrete hot box on Guam, not so good. Winds 7 to 10 miles an hour. Open the window so you can smell the dog next door. Partly cloudy skies in the forecast for tonight. Maybe some isolated showers. Overnight lows, it should be about 77 degrees. We got mostly sunny in the forecast for tomorrow, beach day, and east wind 7 to 11 miles an hour. Also tomorrow, we would like it to be fairly cool. I don't know if this is going to happen. 77 degrees on the overnight tonight, which means it'll be about 77, 80 degrees tomorrow when they start the Run for Health over at in Tumon. Mostly cloudy in the forecast for tomorrow night. Sunday, weather calls for partly sunny skies and mostly cloudy skies in the evening. Sunrise this morning was at 5:54. Sunset gonna be at 6:41. Hashtag tell the others. There's news and weather together on The Point. Be right back.
Attention! Lolita Kamet is now with Hoffaday Realty. She'll always be that hardworking and passionate real estate professional who is committed to helping you make a difference in your life and helping you achieve the American dream of home ownership. She also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, military and corporate relocation. So for all your real estate needs, call Lolita Kamet now with Hoffaday Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
Check out the newest hydro and garden center to hit Guam, Crop King Hydro. We have a huge selection of plant nutrients, soils, hydroponic mediums, organic pest control pumps, plant support, tools, and so much more. Call 635-4769. 635-GROW. Open Monday through Saturday, 10 to 6 at the Dededo Satina Mall, right across from Payless and Paradise Fitness. For whatever you grow, think Crop King Hydro.
Crop King Hydro. Portions of the program brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by Subway. Eat Fresh, Refresh going on right now as I speak. And they brought in new roast beef for their roast beef sandwich. What kind of roast beef is it? The kind that comes from the very, very happy Angus cows. Yeah. Look, you got to eat, so eat good. You can have that with the Black Forest and all the other stuff over at the Subway place. But what a great foundation. You got some multi-grain bread and some of this Angus roast beef that goes on top of that. Vegetables sliced up and just the way you like it. Eat Fresh, Refresh today over at Subway.
The Ray Gibson Show. Any speaker, anytime. Morning talk that matters.
Pony Dog tomorrow, YouTube size says, imagine if a government disinformation department did work. Raymond would be stuck with 4 hours a day doing birthday announcements. Happy birthday to Cher. Also says, I love Newtown Chinese restaurant. Fried rice has that roachy crunch to it.
Is it Newtown or Old Town?
Newtown is the place that we were talking about. Chevy Tahoe, yeah, get that. Takes up 3 parking spaces. Lupang Guam, a little bit more on a serious side, says Guam is broke and billions in debt already. So we'll borrow more and put more of our critical prime infrastructure up as collateral. Eventually, the banks will own it all in the name of so-called austerity. Booney Dog says the Tahoe gets 14 miles an hour, gallon. But if you convert it to kilometers, it's 22 kilometers per gallon. Hey, I feel better already. That's how we'll do it. We'll make all of the conversions, not miles to the gallon, kilometers to the gallon. And then that will put a smile on your face. It's all perspective, isn't it? Let me see. What's that? He says Governor Lewis is preparing to an executive order right now converting everything to metric. Forever. 888-825-5888-TALK is the telephone number around here. What's that? Fuel price? Oh, no, don't do that to me, bro. I got a guy. He says, you think the price on gas for gas on Guam is high? Here's the sign for Saipan. It's $6.27 for a gallon of gas at the Mobile.
Thank you, Governor Torres.
Thank you, Governor Chito. Way to go. $6.26.9 a gallon for just plain old regular vanilla gasoline over at the Mobile gas station on Beach Road in Saipan.
You know what sucks is it's coming up on summer, and the kids are going to be home racking up everybody's power bill.
Get out.
Get
out.
Mom, send them to the fields, man. Make
Mom,
them work.
Dad, yeah.
Drop them off at one of the hotels and let them swim in the pool.
7:19 in the morning.
All day.
We did not, the version of the family that I grew up in, we were not allowed in the house at all. No, it's wake up in the morning and it was get out. Go play. Go find your cousin
Johnny.
Johnny.
Under the bridge.
Yeah, go
back before the street lights come on.
Yeah, get out and you can come back after we're setting the table for dinner and all of that. So just make sure, when the light comes on, that's when you've got to come home. That's the way we did it. Mom did not worry about the price of power in the house.
And if we were home,
there.
we had louver windows.
There were louvered windows.
Yeah, we didn't leave the aircon on all day.
Got screens on and you could tell the dog next door to shut up. Shut up. I'm trying to get some rest here. It's 20 after 7 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, that's it. That's it. The two big stories here that we're going to be talking about is the price of everything. Might as well take a look at the markets. I told you yesterday not to take a look at anything, your investments, because it was ugly. And did it get prettier today? No, of course it didn't get prettier today. Joe Biden is the president of the United States. It's not ever going to be pretty again. S&P 500 off by 22 points. They're down under 4,000 now, 3,900 off by about 0.5%. NASDAQ off by 0.25%, 29.66 there at 11,388. Dow Jones doesn't have the power to pull the hat off your head, off by 236 points today. Big loser, off by about 75% of a percentage point here. 31,253 is where the Dow ended up here again, down 236 points. The FTSE is down, the Nikkei is down, Hang Seng is down. We got Shanghai up by only 10. The VIX is off by 1%, and the DAX is off 1 point, and the DAX is off by 125 points. Taking a look at some of the big movers, there were a couple on the NASDAQ: Lucid, Synopsys, Datadog, Pinduoduo, and Atlassian Corporation. At the bottom, Cisco Systems, CSX Corp. Ooh, transportation. Don't like to see that, do we? Broadcom. Apple Inc. is off by 2.5%, and Micron Technologies round out the bottom. Big quotes people are looking at: Dow Jones Industrial Average, etc. Some of the commodities that we like to look at got oil trading at $111.65. That's up. That's West Texas crude. That is up. And that is why we're seeing the prices at the auto port go up, and that's why we're seeing, frankly, just incredible increases across the board. It is the markets yesterday, markets today, all indicative of a major problem, and everything has to do with the price of oil, the price of gasoline, and the price of diesel. Everything gets shipped one way or the other across the country, and even to Guam. It comes in a ship, it comes in a plane, it comes on a flatbed truck, and the cost for transportation of all kinds of goods now, raw materials to the finished product, are going up, and that's what we're seeing here. Price of gold, $1,840. That picked up $24 over the last 24 hours. That is, in my mind, kind of a significant jump. Not where it was a couple of months ago when it was trading at 2,000, but it's still interesting to watch. It's great bellwether of what might be happening in the larger economy. You might be asking, all right, you talked about West Texas. Are you not going to talk about Tapas? Give me a second. Bitcoin number, Real Joe?
79,000.
79, what?
Yeah.
What?
It's barely breaking 30 right now, Ray.
Barely breaking 30,000. Yeah. Okay, you're just trying to make people feel good about
for a second.
Anybody hold in.
If not for 1 second. 30,000, Ray.
Oh, a little Bitcoin gasm there. Okay, gotcha. See, 723. All right, now let's talk about Tapas. Me and, was it Harvey? I think it was Harvey and I were having a conversation about this last night. which was crazy given the incredible amount of good times that I was having over at the Food Truck Thursday deal. But anyway, so we were talking about the price of oil, and he was talking to the lady over at the Autoport who told him that the price of gas was going to be going up there by about 20 cents. And we were looking at the price of gasoline on our side, on this side of the fence, going up by a similar amount. What is it, 15 cents a gallon now higher than what it was before the price hike? All right. And he says, well, what's going on with Tapas? And Tapas today is at $113.47. Is that right? Let me just double check on that real quick. It feels like that number might be low. Maybe I wrote it down wrong. But the point is that we've just seen a significant price in the hike in the price of Tapas fuel here, given the most recent rise in the price of Tapas. There it is, $117.25 for Tapas today. So it's up, obviously, from where it was the other day when, like I said, it was at $113. So now $117 is where Tapas is trading for in its crude form. And you're going, okay, Tapas at $117, price of gas $6.19. Well, Tapas has been higher than 117. In March, on the 2nd of March, Tapas was trading at $132.82. I'm sorry, on the 7th, it was trading at $132. And you're going, okay, well, how much was gas? If Tapas is at $132, what was the price of gasoline then? And on the 9th, they changed the price of gas to $5.99. You remember when we all freaked out?
Yeah,
oh, my God,
yes.
it's almost $6 a gallon.
This is it.
$132 for Tapas crude, and it's now $5.99 a gallon. That's it. Walk to school, kids. It's only 10 miles. Huh? So now it's at $117, but the retail price for the gasoline now is $6.19. So I'm wondering, wait a second. Where the delta seems to have increased, has managed to creep up. Have the costs for the oil companies gone up so dramatically, other than the price of the fuel itself? Have the other costs associated with gasoline and running a gas station, have they gone up that much more, so that the ratio is off as dramatically as it is? You guys get to figure all of that stuff out. I just wanted to throw the numbers at you. And Jerry Roberts isn't here to ask, well, what was the price of a gallon of gas when it was $132? All right, fine. I looked it up. So today, $117.25 for Tapas crude, gas prices at $6.19. Not 3 months ago when it was March. The oil price was $132 for a barrel, and the price of gasoline was $5.99. What is the huge difference here, guys? Gas buddy, friends of mine. 727, Jerry Roberts is ready now with the Extra Point, brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank.
Today, we talk about being involved, about participation. I have a few ideas to share, and then we have the thoughts of folks who have spoken about this topic. That's coming up next on the Extra Point.
Get big discounts on huge travel experiences with the First Hawaiian Bank United Credit Card. You can travel to destinations in the USA and receive 10% off selected United Airlines Premium Economy or Business Class airfares purchased through May 31st, 2022 when you use promo code FHB022. Visit any First Hawaiian Bank branch or go to FHB.com/United Fair Sale 10 for more information. Don't wait. Apply today. First Hawaiian Bank. It all starts with yes.
Our first invitations to participate in activities will often come at family events. Parents grab our hands and lead us as we waddle out to take part in finding Easter eggs or some game at Christmas or a birthday party. Later, we're encouraged to play with the other children in kindergarten, first grade, and so on. After that, it's soccer, baseball, Girl Scouts, Boy Scouts, various clubs at school, and the number of options for involvement would make anyone dizzy. We are programmed to participate at an early age. Some kids don't take to that message, and the desire to avoid all this is likely stronger for them than the desire for the others to jump in. Kids who get used to not participating often become adults who shun involvement. I had a conference with a manager recently and was told of team members who stayed mostly silent in meetings. It took a considerable effort to get them to respond. One of the thoughts expressed was that maybe they weren't all that social. Participation in the workplace is not about giving in to social expectations. It's about actively making a contribution to the group, a contribution they are equipped to make. Why then do so many people get nervous and even avoid being lured into a group setting where there is at least some expectation that they will provide the group some benefit? Fear. It's the fear of making a mistake, making a fool out of oneself, wasting our time, and them basically having a bummer of a time. If you have anyone like this on your team and you want to get them involved, I suggest you start small, literally. Bring them into small meetings and conferences of just a few people. If they survive that, you can then try the larger groups. I've seen this practice succeed, and I believe it's worth a try. Now, I found a short list of quotations that deal with the issue of participation. Inspirational writer William Arthur Ward said this: "Do more than belong, participate. Do more than care, help. Do more than believe, practice. Do more than be fair, be kind. Do more than forgive, forget. Do more than dream, work." Historian and political science professor Howard Zinn said, "We don't have to engage in grand, heroic actions to participate in the process of change. Small acts, when multiplied by millions of people, can transform the world. If there is no freedom of expression, then the beauty of life is lost. Participation in a society is not an artistic choice, it's a human need." Contemporary artist Al Weiwei. Critic Howard Rheingold said, "Openness and participation are antidotes to surveillance and control." Woo, that'll get you thinking. An athlete gains so much knowledge by just participating in a sport. Focus, discipline, hard work, goal setting, and of course, the thrill of finally achieving your goals. These are all lessons in life. That comes from Olympic figure skating champion Christy Yamaguchi. Two more. Technology professor Beth Simone Novick said this: "Democratic elections alone do not remedy the crisis of confidence in government. Moreover, there is no viable justification for a democratic system in which public participation is limited to voting. It's got to be more than that." And finally, social scientist Nicholas Lohr. He said, "It takes committed, high-energy, full-tilt boogie participation to have the kind of life you want." That's the extra point. Be responsible and get your full-tilt boogie on to make something good happen today. For 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show and First Hawaiian Bank, I'm Jerry Roberts.
I got to write that down, full-tilt boogie. I need a T-shirt. I need a T-shirt that says that. Full tilt boogie on here all morning long. All right, 7:32 in the morning. Ray Gibson Show. Montecillo Tyron's got news and headlines coming up, but I'm intrigued by the idea now with the increase in the price for gasoline, the potential increases in the cost of electricity. We know where that's going to be headed at $111 for West Texas crude. You just know we're going to get hit hard in both angles here. The prospect of getting a second job, and I'm looking again in the newspaper to see if there's anything that might appeal to us here on the program. Game room attendance at a game room near you, some kind of gambling parlor, right? We get.
Yes.
Doesn't sound like, that'd be one of those like super demanding, like you need to know something about the world of work to work there. I just don't know what the pay scale is going to be. But I figure, look, if I'm not in the house and if it's someplace reasonably close to where I live, maybe that's going to be a possible workaround. AR, accounts receivable and payables clerk over at Green Energy Solutions. Now we got a job opening at Century 21 for a property manager. Didn't that sound like it? I mean, it sounded like it looked good on a business card.
Yeah.
It's a Ray Gibson property manager. That'd be all right? I've actually owned a property that I leased out to somebody. I was a landlord for a time in my life. I was my own property manager, and I will never, ever, 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 ever do that crap again. Because it doesn't matter whether you went to Home Depot and put all new stuff in the apartment. It doesn't make any difference whatsoever. Somebody's going to move in, and within 24 hours of them moving in, the toilet won't flush, right? The hot water won't go on. The air conditioner in the bedroom makes too much noise.
They're chewing on the cabinets.
It's just, oh, my God. I locked myself out of the house. No, never, ever, ever going to do that again. So, maybe I'll just sit around and suffer and just
sound like Mr. Roper, man.
Growl about all of this stuff. Yeah, well, I've got the tool belt. I do have the tool belt. 7:34 in the morning. Montecillo Tyrant with big news brought to you by, let them do that. Lolita Kama. She will be your property manager over at Holiday Realty. She knows all about all of those kinds of things, and she likes repairing toilets. Absolutely. Reach out to her, if you will, at 688-6743. Also being brought to you by the guys over at Burger King. 33 years they've been on Guam, serving up incredible meals. Whopper Melts is the new big deal, but it's only going to be around for a limited time. So try the Whopper Melt, and then tomorrow try the Bacon Whopper Melt, and then the day after that, try the Spicy Whopper Melt today at Burger King. Now with news and headlines, here's Montecillo Tyrant.
Well, you heard it this morning. Gas prices up another 15 cents. $6.19 is what it's going to cost you for a regular gallon of gas. Mobil is 76 and Shell all raised their prices this morning. The increase due primarily to the rising cost of crude oil. Power bills also set to go up. GPA looking at an increase of a total of 26%, all of it to go into effect. If the PUC approves it, they are looking to effectuate this by November of this year. The power company claims if they don't increase the rates, GPA will be looking at a $34 million budget shortfall. Meanwhile, a letter to the governor was sent by Senator Jim Moylan that asked the governor to step in and give some relief to ratepayers either through existing law or pursuing a power bill payment assistance program. He introduced a bill that would do that, and Congressman Mike Nicholas also chiming in, asking the governor to immediately release about $70 million in ARP funding to help stave off some of that impact. Meanwhile, the Department of Education fretting that it may not have enough money to pay for increases to about 2,000 of its employees. It's a 20% increase that will go into effect next week, Monday. DOE says that they may not be able to fork out that money. It'll cost them about $10 million. But BBMR says if need be, they will be able to cover the shortfall. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
Okay, got you. 7:36 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. I was thinking about a bunch of other stuff. Those of you in the property management business said, Ray, you're just scratching the surface. Air conditioning issues, hot water heater, toilet won't flush. That's nothing. That's nothing. I'm thinking about is Clayton Duvall, Pam's husband, and they're kind of in the property management game. And he gave me a couple of pieces of advice once upon a time. I told him I was going to get into the landlord business. He says, do you have a waste disposal in the kitchen? I said, yeah. He says, take it out. Just take it. They'll break it. They'll put all kinds of stuff in there. Just spend all of your time chasing after waste disposal. I said, what about the refrigerator? Got a refrigerator? I said, well, the apartment's got to come with a refrigerator. He says, does it have an ice maker? And I said, yeah. He said, take it out. Take it out. Let them fill up trays. If they want ice, here's the tray. And you put the tray in the freezer, pretty soon you got ice. That's all you need. Because the ice maker is another one of those things that will just break. At 3 o'clock in the morning, they'll call and say, didn't make ice anymore. Could you come and fix it? Anyway, 7:37 in the morning. Okay, I guess that's one job I won't be applying for. More on the Ray Gibson Show as we continue.
Half a day. Patsy Gogui from Security Title here with information about what a title company does. The title side of our business determines who owns a property and guarantees your ownership with a title insurance policy. The escrow side acts as an independent third party, managing the transfer of money and documents between the buyer, seller, lenders, and others. Security Title has a management of real estate closings down to a science. Give us a call. We are here to help.
In celebration of our 33rd anniversary, BK's new Whopper Melts are here. Our Whopper Melts feature 2 slices of toasted bread layered with 2 Whopper Junior patties for a quarter pound of plain grilled beef, melty American cheese, caramelized onions, and stacker sauce. Whopper Melts now available in a spicy and bacony variation made for our big Whopper fans. Top off your meal with jalapeno cheddar bites and a refreshing Coca-Cola. Get your hands on the new Whopper Melts, now available for a limited time. BK, Tumon Bay, Agaya, Micronesia Mall, and the airport. BK your way.
Can do. 7:38 in the morning, and looking at traffic in particular, want to see what's happening down south. About an hour from now, this notice here will go into effect. Actually started yesterday. Temporary road closure. Motorists advised that roads along Route 1 from Naval Base Guam to east to Ganya will experience 1-lane road closure. That's portion by portion. I want to say it's the outside northbound lane due to NAVFAC projects. They're repairing water transmission lines, et cetera, et cetera. A very convoluted document that they published in a newspaper last week, but you can expect it to go into effect here at about 7:30 this morning until about 4:30 this afternoon. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. You know, it's not like gas is $6.20 a gallon, for heaven's sakes. Can you do this at night, guys? 7:39 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Here's what traffic is looking like right now in that area. Don't see a whole lot happening. A little bit of traffic trying to get out of Big Navy as I go northbound Marine Corps Drive. A lot of traffic up around Nimitz on the way to Joint Region Marianas. Traffic in and out of Route 8 going to slow you down from the intersection of 8, 10, and 16 all the way into town. There's dog and out traffic if you can get to it. Looks like we've got crazy traffic from around the Guard Readiness Center here, the Guard base. You know why? Autoport. People are getting the gas at $4.40 a gallon now before it goes up to $4.60. You'll see some traffic over on the Wendy's side of that intersection as well. Ugly traffic, Marine Corps Drive north end from Micronesia Mall all the way to the intersection of 1 and 3 or backwards now. Watch out for some traffic there, and it looks like a Friday morning out there in traffic. Not a whole lot happening up in Gigo. Everybody made it to Anderson Air Force Base on time. It's 7:40 on the Ray Gibson Show. Don't move.
Win a $100 gas card when you purchase Gasolina energy drinks. Be one of 5 winners and enter now when you purchase 3 for $4 Gasolina 8-ounce or 3 for $5 Gasolina 16-ounce energy drinks. Drawing on June 21st. Free gas with 76 Circle K. Take it easy. Get a 10-pound bag of ice for only 95 cents when you purchase a 12-pack or more of any soda or beer. Only 95 cents for a 10-pound bag of ice. Swing by Circle K today. Some conditions apply. See stores for details. Circle K. Take it easy. Ice, baby.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's WorkPass, powered by Plume. WorkPass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about WorkPass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Okay. There should not be any problem getting a job. There was a time where you could make do on a modest income. You get a house, car in the garage. Got a wife at the house. She didn't need to work, but all of a sudden prices of everything going up. So everybody is working. Now I don't know that I'm going to take a second job as much as I'm looking at my 17-year-old daughter, thinking, you know what? It's time that you get yourself some work experience there, Missy. What are you qualified to do? Same as me, nothing. But there are jobs out there for everybody that wants one. 1.9 jobs for every unemployed worker across the country. And I'm sure the same thing could be said here on Guam. It's just a question of being able to get people into a position where they can do the job once they get there. That's the trick. What kind of experience do you need? Other numbers related to job metrics across the country. Baby boomers are finally leaving the stage. Labor force participation for people 55 plus is 2 points lower than February of 2020. There aren't as many millennials or Gen Zers to replace them as being reported now. People with long COVID, yeah, it's a thing, who are facing child care pressures or even dealing with substance abuse are also missing from the labor force. And immigrants, believe it or not, aren't working. You know why? Because everything is for free when they get to America. 7:42 in the morning, Ken LG, the other Governor Leon Guerrero online. Buenos Zen Holiday, Gov.
Good morning. Well, when gas went over $5, we got a $300 check from the government. I'm expecting that soon she'll announce number 2, and then next month number 3, and so on and so forth, right up until she runs out of federal funds, which will be around November 3rd or 4th, I think.
It's incredible timing there.
Yeah, I mean, here we have a situation where now we're going to be using the federal funds to subsidize the electricity, and pretty soon there's going to be a demand to subsidize food purchases.
Well, that gravy train has to stop. I mean, as bad as things are going to get, and I got a feeling that they're going to get much worse here in the next little bit. There cannot always be a bailout solution from the government. We just can't keep printing money, and we can't keep giving money away. At some point, we're going to say we're out of money, and you need to go and fend for yourself. We're supposed to be a resilient group of survivors here on Guam. When does that kick in?
That kicks in either after the federal funds run out or we get different leadership, because that's where the real problem is. We squandered $2 billion. What have we got to show for it? We've got custom jackets for public health with matching custom hats. We've got a bunch of new
lots of new cars floating around with government plates on them.
Oh yeah, and we got golf carts. Don't forget those. We have government golf carts now, sole source contract. So we literally, I was going to say something else. We literally wasted $2 billion in 2 years, because if we had looked at this $2 billion and said, okay, what can we do to improve the quality of life of our residents and at the same time rebuild our economy? You know, giving everybody $300 for gas doesn't rebuild the economy, and it doesn't change anybody's quality of life. All it does is buy most people 3 tanks of gas.
Yes, that's about right. Hey, do me a favor. I'm going to put you on hold here. I got a bigger name on line too, and relative to what we're talking about. So I'm going to put you on hold, and if you're on hold for a long time, just call back, and I'll let you finish up that point. I got John Beneventi on the other line, so let me find out what the score is with GPA.
Okay, I'll call back.
All right, groovy. I'll see you soon. 7:45 in the morning. I appreciate you giving away. John Beneventi, the Guam Power Authority General Manager. Good to have you on the line there. John, how you doing?
Good, Ray. Despite what's going on, it's doing okay.
Well, you get free electricity, right? I mean, that's a perk, isn't it?
No,
you still have to. You still have to pay.
No, I can't even get a raise. In fact, I got a bonus that got taken away. It's just a lot more work, so let's just lay that up front.
7:45. You know what? The funny thing is, the older he gets, the more real he gets in our conversations. I love that about JB. All right, well, let's take apart what the big news here. Front page of the PDN: power cost to increase. Front page of the Guam Daily Post: power customers face steep increases. It is no secret that the price of West Texas crude has gone up. Our fuel purchases are linked to a 7-day or 10-day average, a rolling average on West Texas crude. So the Power Authority, as I understand it, has been paying more for oil over the last year or so since Joe Biden has been in office, and has not necessarily passed all of those extra costs to the ratepayers. And now through the LEAC, it's time for us to true up a little bit the difference between what has been paid for and what has been charged by GPA, correct?
That's correct, Ray. We really have what you call it, advance of about $40 million already of cash, and I mean, it was great to put the utility in a financial situation that allowed us to provide this cash at this period of time. But again, it's gotten to the voice where, okay, cash is running out, and secondly, fuel prices continue to rise. I mean, it's risen over 50, probably 60% since just January. It went from the price of our fuel oil going from about $80 a barrel to now projected to be $127 a barrel. However, and still no end in sight. So we have to keep up and keep getting have enough cash to continue to buy oil, because the first priority is really keeping the lights on, no?
Well, it'd be nice if we didn't have to use so much oil, but we are where we are in this situation. As you are working with the CCU and the Public Utilities Commission, what is the schedule of increases in the near term? What can we as ratepayers expect?
Well, Ray, we try to prepare everyone as much as possible. No, so that's why I'm recommending that the first thing increase starts on July 1st, and not next month, if you will. I mean, if that's some consolation, right? But we need to get from where we are today of about 21 cents up to 29 cents a kilowatt hour. So therefore.
Wait. That's just on the LEAC side, right? That's not the actual rate.
Correct.
So you're talking about a 30, almost a 30-cent just fuel surcharge.
That's correct. And so now 29 plus another 9, you're looking at 38 cents a kilowatt hour. But Ray, before we go flying over the roof on some of these things, we have in my presentation you can see what everyone else is paying. We're still the lowest in the Pacific area, a lot lower than Hawaii and all these other islands. They're in the 40s and into the 50s now. Okay, so we're really, we're trying our best to keep it down. But again, that's not a real consolation for everybody. The whole thing is that we're trying to keep the lights on, and we're really at the end of our cash flow. We don't want to get into the position where, I have to wait I have to tell the tanker to wait before it gets here, and so if you recall, our rate has gone down as low as 0.08 cents during the pandemic to help everybody else, and that's how we started pulling out all our cash, including from the self-insurance fund and all these different areas. So now, again, we're going from about 28 million under recovery heading towards 35, and again, that's not going to work for us. So we had to bite the bullet and find a way to, still mitigate it, and do a 3-step process, which is almost like a 10% increase over the period of time. And still, at the end, we're still going to be under recovered about $25 million. But again, that would allow us to continue to, pay the tankers on time to bring in. In addition, we are doing a lot of other things. World events are impacting the fuel prices, of course, inflation, supply chains, all of these different things which are having impact on everything else. But on our side,
and the demand is up, and so you got the raw materials are going through the roof. A, but B, there's significant demand. You could get away with lower prices for fuel, gasoline, and diesel. Back when everybody was in lockdown, economies were basically shut down. There was less demand, but now people are traveling, people are going back to work, and the lights are going on in buildings all over the place. So there's going to be significant more demand for that energy product.
Yes, certainly, and even like diesel prices. Again, world news impacts us significantly, especially when it comes to fuel oil. However, on the other side of the equation, of course, we're trying to get this new power plant built, and it is going to be I wanted to keep that out there so that let our consumers know that there is light at the end of the tunnel. Meaning, if we get when we get the new power plant up in April 2024, and we continue to complete the renewables that we have contracted for or near contracting for, we will have 25% renewable by January 1st, 2025. The price of the LEAC that you're looking at now at 29 cents. Will go down to 17 cents. That's a huge drop. So even under the worst of cases, our power rates would now begin to stay down. And not only that, Ray, is going to stay down on a sustainable basis because the renewables will be a hedge, meaning our contracts for renewables are only a 1% escalator. So we're going to be buying, for example, this new KEPCO solar here in Marble. It'll be fully commissioned around June 18. That's going to produce about 141 million kilowatt hours per year, saving the ratepayers about $1.5 million a month based on the current
for the fuel
price.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's going to start coming in to help. Again, it would have been higher than 29 cents if that machine is not planned to come on. But again, we're going to be putting out more and more renewable contracts at the 1% escalator, so that we can now reduce our total dependence on oil. And that, now, Ray, I don't know whether you're aware, but right now we're consuming about 2.7 million barrels of oil a year. When the new power plant comes on and 25% renewable, we're going to be down to 1.5. That's 1.2 million barrels.
That's almost half.
Yes, 1.2 million barrel less dependence on fuel oil. No, so therefore that is the way that we're going to get to a sustainable rate and a sustainable and reliable energy for the future.
What else do you need? Because it seems to me that getting to this new power plant has significantly more moving parts now that we've decided that we're going to need to keep the Cabras neighborhood as populated as it is. There's still a couple of things that you need out of the legislature, right?
Yeah, Ray, and I'm glad you asked. I think you've been seeing we've been
because
really
I pay
working
attention when you guys talk. That's why.
I've been working real hard, especially this year, of course. And yes, the last one I need right now from the legislature is the land lease agreement. That's to bless the two agreements for the properties that we're leasing to them at $100 a year for the next 25 years. And again, that's because there is to allow them to use the property to build a power plant, operate and maintain it for that number of years. And then at the end of the 25 years, the whole lock, stock, and barrel comes back to GPA at no cost. So we will own that facility just like we did the other IPPs. So that's going to be the land lease agreement once it's blessed, and I believe it's the legislature. It is on the agenda for the
May session?
For this May session. So please, I ask all the senators if they can pass that and just allow me to lock in and let KEPCO now release the remaining $500 million of from the lenders released to KEPCO the $500 million necessary to get the plant built. And I don't know whether you jog around up in that area, but if you do, take a look. They have already cleared the site. They're doing the grading. They're ordering the machine and, doing all the planning, permitting requests. And so really it's not like it hasn't been moving, but now they need the rest of the balance of money to really get it going and get it done within the next...
Do I need to tell Carl Gutierrez to fast-track anything for you?
I'm sure Carl is listening, so if I'm sure he will.
You're talking about permitting. Sometimes it takes a long time to get things done and permits and things like that, getting signatures on paper. So maybe just whoever the guy from KEPCO is, have him walk around Gov Guam with Carl Gutierrez and get all the signatures done. Day one, we'll take care of just about everything. Interesting question, sort of related, from John Ramos asking, what about the windmill on Route 17? I always thought that was kind of experimental, but does that thing contribute anything to our grid?
It's only a small 270 kilowatts, I believe. And again, here's the case in point. Windmills here, it's really to study the potential of wind here in the island. And of course, being an island, we're supposed to have a lot of wind, right? But of course, it's not all throughout the whole year. It's only during the late months of December through. So I never wanted to put in our money, meaning ratepayers' money, into that. But however, we did get a $2 million grant request so that we can test it out and really once and for all know. So that is a grant that put that thing in. And unfortunately, it's been more down than up for one. And then the second thing is that if you notice, that thing could come down during a typhoon. So it's really one manufacturer that put that together, and so that, again, to prevent from storms. However, it's been very difficult getting them to repair the machine. or getting the right parties to repair the machine. So we're still trying.
I've never been a fan of wind power. I think it'd be fine if you're using it in addition to personal solar and that kind of thing. Impeller
like
in the
Hawaii,
river.
you know,
We just don't get enough wind.
Other areas got a lot of wind, but
If it was viable, the military would have put it in, and they would have sought the similar things with GPA.
Hey, by the way, you know, we're getting close to award that contract on the military base. NOLA, that is another 50 megawatt on 164 acres that the Navy has leased to us at no cost to put this full load shifting with batteries, so we can catch all the energy in the daytime, and we can use it on the peak time. Then that will really avoid any of this load shedding that occurs today. So if you recall, that thing has been on the was protested for like 2 years. So we're getting close to an agreement to get that thing moving. And once that's on, that really also will help the community, because that's only like 11 cents a kilowatt hour, including batteries. No,
that makes a significant difference. And if you could ask them to park one of those nuclear carriers down at Big Navy, and we'll just plug into that too.
Yeah, but they also do come here and they plug into our system. So
it works in the opposite direction. I got you, JB. Listen, always a delight talking with you. We get out of this deal with the cost of fuel, and down the road we'll spend some more time. I wish because we don't get enough time together, and there's all kinds of other questions. Renewables are out there on the horizon, and there is a much louder conversation now about waste to energy, which is something I know that you've gotten a little bit warmer about in the Power Authority with the cost of fuel and the and renewable energy from waste to energy as a viable concern moving forward. We don't have the time to talk about it now, but we'll make some time down the road.
All right. Thanks, Ray.
Take care of yourself. Always good seeing you. Closing in on 8 o'clock in the morning, John Beneventi from the Guam Power Authority on the line with us. Good get there, Real Joe. Good get. You're doing a great job.
Waste energy, Ray.
Waste energy. And then Ken Leon Guerrero is going to call back and say, no. But we can't do that now because it's time for Fox News Live here on 93.3 KUSG. I've gotten you. This is The Point.
Shifting focus. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. The mayor of Buffalo, New York, says the collection of evidence related to Saturday's mass shooting at a supermarket is now complete.
The top supermarket will be returned to store owners to plan for a reopening. But days after a gunman took 10 lives at the store, officials say the look into the motivation of alleged shooter Peyton Gendron is not over. FBI Special Agent in charge Stephen Belongia says there's more they need to know.
How he became radicalized, what he was reading, where he was reading it, who he was inspired by.
Belongia says that is part of understanding why this tragedy happened.
Fox's Gernal Scott. Earlier today, a grand jury indicted 18-year-old Peyton Gendron on first-degree murder charges. Oklahoma lawmakers have approved a bill that would prohibit all abortions with few exceptions, and providers have said they would stop providing the procedure as soon as the governor signs the bill. The state already bans abortions once a fetal heartbeat is detected. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says Russian forces have destroyed the Donbass region, and he's accusing Moscow of carrying out senseless bombardments as it intensified its offensive. As another $40 billion in aid for Ukraine is approved by the Senate, is now headed for the president's desk.
Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell says the aid is far more than charity.
The future of America's security and core strategic interests will be shaped by the outcome of this fight.
Still, 11 Republicans oppose the new spending, citing concerns with oversight and the price tag. It is the second large military and humanitarian aid package approved by Congress for Ukraine since the Russian invasion in February.
Fox's Jared Halpern on Capitol Hill. Wall Street stocks ended the day lower, bringing the market closer to its first bear market since the start of the pandemic. The Dow lost 236. America's listening to Fox News.
$15 might not get you that far, but Chili's is bucking the trend with $15 meal deals. At Chili's, $15 gives you not one, not two, but 3-course meal deals complete with a drink, a starter, and an entree. Mix and match 3-course meals 15 ways to Sunday with soup, salad, or chips and salsa to start, and ranchero chicken tacos, honey chipotle crispers with rice, bacon ranch quesadillas, or personal fajitas for the main course. Build your own $15 meal deal at Chili's. More life and great value happen here.
Half a day, this is Honey. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
The teenager accused in last year's deadly shooting in a Michigan high school before a judge today as his legal team attempts to have him transferred to a juvenile facility.
16-year-old Ethan Crumley returning to court via virtual hearing over a state law that mandates a monthly review over whether or not he'll be transferred out of the Oakland County Jail to a juvenile lockup.
I do believe that the defendant's placement at the Oakland County Jail continues to be in the interest of justice.
Judge Kwame Rowe, based on the severity of Crumley's alleged crimes in the mass shooting in November at Oxford High School that left 4 students dead and 7 others, including a teacher, injured. He's back in court for a pretrial hearing next month. His parents also facing charges in the case, accused of giving him the gun and of failing to stop him. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
For the first time in nearly 3 years, TV viewers in China can once again catch an NBA game.
The ban was lifted before the playoffs began, a ban sparked by a tweet in 2019 from then Houston Rockets GM Daryl Morey that expressed support for Hong Kong protesters. The NBA has gotten caught in the middle. The league has promoted open dialogue about social justice issues in the United States, while it has kept mostly quiet about human rights in China, where it is being reported by ESPN that 40 principal owners in the NBA have more than $10 billion collectively tied up in business relationships outside of the NBA's 90% ownership in NBA China, which is valued at an approximate $5 billion. Jared Max, Fox News.
Vangelis, the Greek electronic composer who wrote the unforgettable Academy Award-winning score for the 1981 film Chariots of Fire, music for dozens of other movies, documentaries, and TV series, also scoring Blade Runner, 2004's Alexander, as well as PBS documentary series, has died. He was 79. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Half a day. I'm the owner of Guam's largest tourist attraction group. The pandemic's been very tough for all of us, and particularly for my team members. So I'm really appreciative and grateful for the PUA assistance to our team members, and more recently, the SVOG federal grant that allowed us to reopen these facilities and re-employ everyone at a critical time when PUA ended. From myself and my team, on behalf of all of us, thank you for the federal funds that allowed us to reopen.
The federal fund you provide saved many, many jobs. Thank you. Thank you so much.
We employ about 35 technicians for our shows. Thank you for the federal funds. It kept us going.
Thank you for helping with the federal funds.
Thank you for the federal funds.
Thank you for helping to save our jobs.
Thank you for the federal funds.
This ad was paid for with official funds from the Office of Congressman Michael F.Q. San Nicolas.
JV International Safety Equipment has it all for you. Fall protection, rain gear, traffic signs, speed bumps, custom signs and banners, PPEs, fire extinguishers, plus more. Check them out on Facebook at JV International Safety Equipment Company or visit their website, www.jvisec.com. JV International Safety Equipment, Guam's leader in occupational and environmental safety equipment. Call 688-9524. JV International Safety Equipment, located in Harmon Industrial Park.
Your local news is brought to you by Nambo Insurance. Skip the line, you pay online. It's fast, it's easy, and it's secure. Visit Nambo.com for more information.
Off the day, it's 8:06. I'm Mona Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on The Point. The big story this morning is gas is up another 15 cents, bringing a regular gallon of gas now to $6.19 at all 3 of our local stations. For Supreme, it's going to cost you $6.59 a gallon. The increase is due primarily to the high cost of crude oil, which is hovering near $110 a barrel. Meanwhile, the Guam Power Authority also looking at an increase in the fuel surcharge that they pass on to their customers. We know it as a Levelized Energy Adjustment Clause, or the LEAC. GPA is requesting a total of 26% in increases The full impact will be felt or could be felt by November. It will be up to the Public Utilities Commission to decide, though, if that will be approved. The power company claims that if they don't increase the rates, GPA will be facing $34 million in shortfalls by July 31st based on the amount of fuel that it buys and the fuel surcharge it passes on to the customers. Meanwhile, from international news, the White House is bracing for North Korean missile or nuclear tests while Joe Biden is on a trip to South Korea and Japan this weekend. The National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, told reporters in a press briefing, "Our intelligence does reflect the genuine possibility that there will be either a full missile test, including long-range missile tests or nuclear tests, or frankly both in the days leading into or on or after the president's trip to the region. We are preparing for all contingencies, including the possibility that such a provocation would occur while we are in Korea or in Japan." Biden's trip is intended in part to signal that he has not forgotten the U.S. strategic interest in the Indo-Pacific region. Despite the Russia invasion in Ukraine, Biden is due to leave for South Korea today for talks with the country's new president. According to the press secretary, he is not expected to visit the demilitarization zone. The president is expected to travel to Japan on Sunday for a summit of the Quad, comprising of the U.S., Japan, Australia, and India. We'll have more news right after this.
Go green, go hybrid. Go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
About 2,000 Department of Education employees are set to get an increase in their pay beginning on Monday, the 23rd. But DOE is fretting that they may not have the funding available to cover those increases. DOE says that they may be short about $10 million if they have to cover the increases that are set to take effect. But the Bureau of Budget Management Office, BBMR rather, the director Lester Carlson says in the Guam Daily Post that he's confident should additional local funds be needed to pay for educator raises through the rest of the current fiscal year, the Leon Guerrero administration would be able to provide DOE that money. And Public Health will soon be able to give COVID booster shots to Guam kids ages 5 to 11 years old. The Food and Drug Administration on Tuesday authorized a booster dose of the Pfizer vaccine for those children between the ages of 5 and 11. The CDC is expected to issue its final recommendation soon, possibly this weekend. Public Health says after that, they will be able to administer the boosters, and they do have ample supply. And from the Pacific Daily News, Newtown Chinese restaurant in Upper Tumon was closed after inspectors found evidence of cockroach infestation and other health violations. The sanitary permit for that restaurant has been suspended until all the violations are corrected. Meanwhile, they do say that Joanne's Bakery up in Jigo was closed in April. However, they have fixed all of the problems that were cited. They received an A rating and they have been allowed to reopen. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
I want Chupao. I want Chupao on both kinds. I want the pork kind. I want the chicken kind. If there's a spicy one, I want that one too.
You want the one with the egg in the middle?
Yes. Yes, I am an egg in the middle Chupao guy.
Wow.
I feel ripped off if
Now
I don't get an egg.
are, bro.
What? How can you say that? That has been easily one of my favorite go-to snacks since the beginning of time. I've always loved Chupao, and I don't know that I've ever had a bad one. Even the one that's been in there for several unhappy hours until I get my hand.
Well,
on
the
it.
bread is always good. Sometimes the center's off.
What?
Sometimes the center, the middle, the filling is off, but the bread is always
of the
so
bread.
good.
Okay,
Yeah,
the Chupao, the pow in the Chupao.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. Let me see here. 8:11 in the morning. What? It's the pow. The bread part is
and over
the
at
shoe
Manny,
is the meat, and the pow is the.
I mentioned this before. Manny's Bakery here in Tamuning.
Marine Corps Drive.
They've got ube Chupao that is so good. Oh,
No way.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
wow.
really good. It's purple, and then the inside is purple.
Thank you in advance.
Yummy.
I had not had the pleasure yet.
Yeah, you got to try it.
Because frankly,
When
when
they run out, I think they ship it in from the Philippines.
8:12 in the morning, I always see them in one of a couple of cases, either as I'm passing them already, or if I've got time to make the turn, I don't have any cash. So it's
They take credit card.
Do they? All right. Well, maybe I will. It's like, you know who else we've got to get to take credit cards is the corn guy. Corn guy needs to take credit cards.
Mr. Lustig
needs to be able to have if they can do it at Carabao, you ought to be able to do it over at his place. A little iPad with the thing, because it's like that. No, isn't that the same? It's like whenever you see the guy, you're either heading in the opposite direction or you don't have any money, and it's always like that with me. But if always have cards, and there's generally always some money on the balance on the card that I can spend. Just saying, we need to get more of that kind of thing floating around. You know who also needs to take is like some of the panhandlers should take cards.
Yes.
Because yesterday
on the cell phones.
On Food Truck Thursday yesterday, because they had the B thing, and one of these homeless guys comes up to me, and I was feeling like, you know what, I need more good karma. And so I reached for my wallet and realized I have no cash in there. But if the guy had one of those little square readers, I could have given him some money off my card. Just people, you got to get hip with the technology here, guys. Mostly sunny in the forecast for today, which is Friday. Daytime highs about 88 degrees. East winds blowing 7 to 10 miles an hour, but it's just blowing hot air around like the legislature. Partly cloudy skies. Overnight lows 77 degrees. East winds up to about 9 miles an hour, and we will see that forecast all the way through the weekend. Tomorrow, mostly sunny, mostly cloudy tomorrow night. Partly sunny on Sunday, but still beach worthy. 8:13 and sunset tonight 6:41. Hashtag tell the others. I will be in the area, but I won't be with you guys tonight. So somebody has to drink a beer and watch out for the green flash in my place. It's 8:14 on the Ray Gibson Show.
Hey there, folks. It's me, KFC's Extra Crispy Colonel. My KFC Extra Crispy Chicken is freshly double-breaded and fried to a luxurious, mouth-watering bronze. You see, Extra Crispy KFC Chicken isn't just a product, it's a lifestyle.
And for a limited time, KFC's delicious egg tarts are back. Pick up your KFC Extra Crispy Chicken meal and an order of egg tarts at your favorite KFC today. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
Half a day. My name is Jerome Kinata from the village of Umata. I've applied for the program at Salapi to help me in my daily commute from Umata to Manila. Thank you to this administration for the program in Salapi.
The application deadline for program in Salapi has been extended to May 22nd, 2022. For more information, please visit doa.guam.gov. This ad was paid for by the Office of the Governor using government funds.
I don't know, it's my bag. Program in Salapi Sac Mono. Check the post office every day. It's not there. 8:15 in the morning. So Mana and I are on the same chat for a debate that we're doing with Candidate, and so they asked me if I could put together a little liner for the intro.
Oh no,
or for a promo or something like that. And Mana wanted me to do it in the same way in the program in Salapi. Use that.
Half a day.
Half a day. Stand for Platform 2022. Manos man program at Salapi check. 8:15 in the morning. What was I supposed to do? Portions of the program brought to you by the guys over at APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home, also being brought to you by friends over at Security Title. I got great friends there, Ron and Kim. In fact, Kim sent, I don't know if I've got it on me right now, but Kim sent me a picture of sunrise over the back porch at her place yesterday. I'm going to see if I can get that up on the screen. Just an absolutely terrific human being and great business to do business with. If you're in the real estate game, always make sure that you run things by Ron and Kim over at Security Title first.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Multiple groovy people here in the Facebook Live. Let me see here. We got the Trina Masfino was checking out the program. Trina reporting on Facebook yesterday, and this is valuable information. Now, we are all waiting for many things. One of them is the return of the Stranger Things on Netflix. We're all waiting for that. Many of us also waiting patiently for the return of the Mexican pizza over at Taco Bell. Today is not the day, apparently. Supply chain
I don't know,
issues.
man. I heard.
Come on, it doesn't come from China.
I heard Jay Rojas Rojas is getting into one right now.
Well, he could be getting into one in Hawaii.
Oh, that's
where
right.
perhaps they are not having the same kind of chain
yeah.
issues as we are here. But she says so. They said like another week before we'll be able to enjoy the Mexican pizza again over at Taco Bell.
Okay,
It's been a
Gina,
while.
I'll meet you at our secret place.
And we need the Szechuan sauce over at McDonald's while I'm thinking about all of the things from back in the old days, and personal pan pizzas in a little unbelievably hot little skillet that they give you over at Pizza Hut. And can we get Mojo potatoes and chicken, fried chicken from Shakey's again?
Bring back Shakey's.
You know what? If we gotta pay these ridiculous prices for everything these days, can we at least get some of our longtime favorites from back in the day? 8:17 in the morning. Doesn't that sound good, Jimmy Craig? Shakey's, bud.
Good. Yeah, I remember that. That was a great place.
A&W Root Beer. Where else do we want to go? So what's the name of that place over by where Happy Mart is now? Cool Shack.
Spot.
Cool Spot. Cool Shack. I'm sorry, I'm so dumb. Anyway, and I want to go bowling at Royal Lanes.
Oh, yes. Oh, good times.
I can almost smell the place. Can you almost smell the smell of the deodorant that they spray into the shoes after you're done running them? Oh, my God.
They sure do.
Let me see. Wait a second. Hold on. I'm getting a message from Cause Endo. Says, I worked at Taco Bell as a kid. They have everything that they need to make the Mexican pizza right now. They don't need to wait until something else in the recipe comes in. Good point there, Cos. Didn't know that you ate it. You worked at Taco Bell. Anyway, 8:18 in the morning. So here we are, Brother James, Senator Jimmy Moylan. Here we are facing now $6.19. Let's round it up here. $6.20 a gallon for gasoline that goes into your car. Aren't you glad you got one of those little pocket rockets now?
It does help, and I don't let it go over half, so it doesn't hurt as bad. I only feel half the pain, but it does help. However, if it's fully empty, it's $70 for this little Kia.
Really?
Car. Yep.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Well, hopefully you get that $70 last you a long time. 8:19 in the morning, and you heard John Beneventi on the radio with me just a little bit ago, and we are facing a time where just a fuel surcharge is going to end up being 31 cents per kilowatt hour. And there's nothing anybody can do about it. Now, I know that you're reaching in and sending letters to the governor's office asking them to free up some more of whatever money that we've got around here in increasing Programas Salapia. You're finding in different ways, different mechanisms that we can to get money into the hands of the people so that we might be able to bridge this rough patch in the cost of fuel and electricity. I don't think that's going to happen. The note that I got from Crystal Paco San Augustine directed at Mike Sinicolas seems to indicate that they're happy with the work that they're already doing.
Yeah, well, I don't know. There's always something more that we can do, and there is public law that the governor has implemented. That's the RISE Act that we overrode her.
We talked about that yesterday. So I don't know. I think there needs to be more, and you're enough of a leader over at the legislature that maybe you can get something going. We are in an urgent time, and it's not just for people that qualify for a Programa Salapia, and so many others in this community don't. I think we need to take a more holistic, this will impact everybody view on how to right-size our economy while we can. And we need to make a big push to help Therese Terlahi get through their legislation that would eliminate the liquid fuels tax. That will save us right now and take the price of gas back to what it was when we woke up yesterday. That'll save us on a gallon of gasoline purchase, and then take a look at the gross receipts taxes. And as much as we possibly can, declare some kind of a tax holiday on some usually purchased things like food and medicine and diapers, etc. I think you need to rally up another 9 guys over at the legislature and just do it, because I don't think anything like that is going to come out of the governor's office.
Most likely not. And we did introduce a bill as well for the fuel tax, basically to remove the BBT for a couple of years there. That will give us 30 cent savings on average per gallon there, and that's in addition to the liquid fuel tax, Senator Terlahi's bill as well. so we can do that too.
Well, and it's not just us. It's everybody else. That, I mean, you got these flatbeds around here, and the cost for them to transport anything from the port to a warehouse, or a warehouse to the store, or the wholesaler's place to the store. All of those costs are going up with the price of energy, and that has an impact on the price of items in the stores. So I mean, this is something that will have an impact all the way through the value chain, and we just need 9 other like minds to get together and chime in on this and just make it so with a bill that the governor can't veto.
We sure hope so, right? We continue to push these other measures to reduce the taxes, but it's difficult when the leadership is saying we're doing fine. But at the same time, we also have $300 million still federal aid money that should be going into the hands of the people, so we can circulate this. So in the meantime, while we try to figure this out with the legislature, cut down some more taxes, we've got to put money into the hands of the people, the working class especially. And we should be doing that because the price will continue, as we can see from what's going on globally, that fuel costs go up all the time here. And it's frightening to see diesel fuel close to $7, if not $7 already, and we're coming close to that for regular fuel. And we're exactly right. All this transportation of getting our goods from the port to the warehouse and then to the retailer, it's a constant cost, and every item just goes up and up.
Well, you're preaching to the choir here, and I need to preach back at you. I don't anticipate anything coming out of the governor's office here, and recent communications, like I said, from Crystal to Mike's and Nicholas seem to indicate that they're happy with the job that they're doing. I'm not, and I want the legislature, which has the power to be able to take a look at that legislation and similar legislation that you have authored that would bring the gross receipts taxes down, or eliminate them altogether for certain product lines. It's got to be done. This is urgent, and it's got to be done in such a way that it impacts everybody, not just the people at the low end of the earning scale. They're taken care of. They've got resources that they can plug into. Most everybody else doesn't, and this is hurting everybody.
Yes, definitely. And last year also I introduced 7936, which is, again, for the middle class too, a relief for their power bills as well. I got to push for that to get a public hearing too. So we do have some measures that are there. It's just a matter of getting it heard. But when you're a minority, you kind of have to ask a certain way. But the majority,
but the majority of the people of Guam, that's the way that the legislature has to look at this. It's not partisan anymore. This is something that everybody it could benefit from, and the government doesn't need the money. They've got federal resources that are available to them in hundreds of millions of dollars that are left over. Number one, and number two, they're talking about having additional money coming in because of the increases from the business privilege tax because of inflation. The inflation has made it so that they're making all kinds of money. Sure, some of that might have come from withholding dollars that came from the PUAs and the PPEs and all of that. But I think the rest of the windfall comes from the increase in prices due to inflation and the effect that a 5% BPT benefits from.
It certainly does, and that's why I'm pushing to get this money out, of the government just sitting there, $300 million. Remaining
hunger strike, bro. You know how to get the attention of the majority? Hunger strike.
Hunger strike.
Hunger strike. This is my challenge to Jimmy Craig here this morning: is go on a hunger strike until at least another 9 members of the legislature begin to back some of the introduced bills that you and others have got that will bring true relief to all of the people of Guam.
Yeah, we're willing to work with Adelup, that's for sure. But we know we need their cooperation. Here's some good ideas for our governor to implement and push with the majority in the legislature as well, so we can get things done. We have a small agenda, I believe, for this session, when we should be really looking at important things like what we're saying here. How do we help the people in the middle class, especially, pay their bills and reduce costs, right?
I haven't seen the agenda. There's an agenda that's been published in the newspaper, but it only gives the bill numbers here that are going to be discussed in this upcoming session. You have any ideas on what might be some worthwhile things that are going to be moving through this session? Do you have anything on the agenda?
No, not this session. I got nothing on this session yet, so I got to get more things pushed.
Yeah, 197-242-261, 266-281-297, and 301. I guess they didn't publish the working titles of the bills, so somebody's got to go and take a look at that. Jimmy, I appreciate your time. I said, hunger strike until we get our way. Hold your breath until the governor starts paying attention to us.
All right.
I appreciate it. Have a fantastic weekend. 8:27 in the morning. Seriously, guys. Seriously, everybody over at the legislature, if you're not paying attention to my cries on behalf of all of the people of Guam, then I don't think you're doing your job. They're going to say, oh, but we did this thing that affects 90% of the businesses on Guam. We made it so they don't have to pay taxes up until the first, $500,000 of receipts. And I'm going, yeah, that's great. I don't shop there. That's not where I get my stuff. I get my stuff over at Home Depot and Payless and a bunch of other big stores that are not going to be participating in your little government discount plan. Nice that they've gotten it, but it does not affect me. Now, how do I know that the governor's office is happy with everything that they're already doing? Well, Mike Sinicolas made a point. What was it that Mikey was saying in the
release $70 million in ARP money?
Okay, and now the governor's office, not the governor, but it came from the Director of Communications, Crystal Paco San Augustin. Not speaking, I guess, on the governor's behalf, maybe on her own. Director of Communications, Crystal Paco San Augustin, issues the following statement in response to recent statements issued by the Guam delegate to the Leon Guerrero Tenorio administration. My God, you still can't say his name? Even in a statement that is critical of communications from Mike Sinicolas, won't say his name. Right now, Democrats in Congress are actively crafting and pushing through legislation to lower gas prices and attack price gouging at the pumps via H.R. 7688. While other members of Congress are working to help their constituents, our delegate is focused on cotton candy. In recent weeks, the Leon Guerrero Tenorio administration has issued $10 million in direct cash assistance to families and small businesses. Only 10? Out of how many millions? We returned $27.5 million in tax refunds. You're supposed to do that. This is not a favor. You're not doing the taxpayers a favor by giving them their money back.
Thank you for our refund.
We've returned $27.5 million. You're supposed to do that. This is not, hey, look at us. And the impact of the latest GPA increase was minimized because we provided $15 million when it counted. Yes, out of ARP money, which you still have $350 million left over. Could you give them another $15 million and allow John Beneventi to be able to hold off for just a little bit longer until we get that plant, the solar place up, and can buy kilowatt hours from the Koreans for less than what we'd spend on the oil? Can we do something like that? What did he say, June? End of June, we ought to have that thing online? Another $15 million out of a bucket of money that you already have. I'm just saying. 8:30 in the morning, Ken Leon Guerrero's back on the line. Am I wrong on any of these positions that I'm taking here?
Well, you are absolutely dead on, and that's probably why we're getting press releases from the communications director and not the governor.
Well, I'm assuming that these are talking points from the governor and lieutenant governor herself. The last paragraph here, governor and lieutenant governor are doing their job every day. Imagine what we lose in Congress because the delegate doesn't show up to his. We're doing our job every day. We shut down traffic on Route 4. That's how we're doing our job every day. We're having ribbon cuttings and proclamations every day, and we're sending out press releases that say that we're giving $8 million or $10 million back in tax refunds, doing the job. Yes, I'm crumbling up the paper. We're doing the job that we're supposed to be doing.
Yeah, I didn't hear John Beneventi say, people were able to turn on their lights today because I exist. Anyway, it goes back to
could be worse. We've had other less productive and less I think engineer thinking types that have run the power authority in the past and have done a lousy job at it.
I want to take it back to Adelut. I mean, we wasted 2 years and $2 billion, and we haven't got anything to show for it. That was where we started our little conversation. And at that time, had we had real leadership in Avalute, there would have been a number of things done that would have mitigated the challenges we're having right now. Some big ones, like gas prices. If the administration had spent just the same amount of money that they spent on promoting themselves on a real mass transit system, then that would break the prices on gas. Because if everybody stopped buying gas, what do you think would happen to the prices locally?
You would presume that the demand goes down, the prices would go down. I don't know that would work out.
Yeah.
I mean, there's mass transit in Hawaii, and they still got high gas prices. So
true, but it gives people an option.
It is an option. I don't disagree. I'm thinking about maybe go check out my buddy John Ananich and see about one of those little electric scooters or something like that, just to help me get around when I don't need to get in the truck and drive 10 miles to someplace.
Well, back in the 70s when I was a young man and we had that oil shock, I had a 351 Mustang with a V8 351 4-barrel carburetor. Could pass everything but a gas station.
Like a Hemi, baby.
It was $1 a gallon there, and the world was coming to an end. And so I bought a 10-speed, and I did a lot of my traveling on my 10-speed. But you can't do that now because we have too many cars and we have too many people who got their licenses out of Cracker Jacks.
No, we got hills. That's the problem. Mana and I were talking about that. We'll take a bike everywhere, and Mana's like, I'll never get on a bike again. And I'll tell that story after she leaves, because otherwise she'll throw something at me. 8:33 in the morning. I'm going to put you on hold. Speaking of Mana, let me take care of news and headlines. I'll come back with you and see if there's other things that we're missing because we blew the money on promotions and press releases as opposed to finding things that are actually meaningful to people of Guam. 8:33 in the morning. That's the other governor, Ken LG. He's going on hold. Mana Silva Tyron's got her last big look at news and headlines right after these.
On March 4th, Guam Homeland Security sent an advisory warning about Russian cyber attacks and recommended Guam organizations strengthen their cybersecurity postures. You might think your small business isn't at risk, but as businesses use more cloud and web-based tools, they're exposed to cyber attacks designed to snare victims of any size. Keep your organization protected with GTA's multi-threat security bundle. Visit GTA.net or call 671-644-1000 for a free consultation today.
We're already Pika's best radio station, but we're always looking for ways to be even better. Announcing The Point on Alexa. In addition to our FM and HD radio feeds, our incredible app, informative website, Facebook Live, and YouTube Live, you can now tell Alexa to stream The Point. And your smart speaker will start playing whatever we're saying. News and views 24/7 with your 4-word command. Alexa, stream The Point.
I was writing a note back to Kaz. And also looking at this, we were talking about Mojo potatoes.
Yeah.
And apparently listener Mark said that if you ask for Mojo potatoes at Lone Star, they will bring them to you, plain or loaded. Apparently, it's on some kind of a secret menu that they have there. Apparently, there's a guy in the back that used to work when it was a Shakey's and now works at Lone Star.
He was a kid back then. Now he's probably the head chef there.
Mr. Mojo.
Yeah.
Mr. Mojo potatoes.
So everyone who shows up today to Lone Star is going to ask for Mojo.
Mojo.
You guys better buy some potatoes, man.
Yeah.
You guys better get the case.
Oh, man.
Okay, so the not-so-secret menu is when Brian calls, and he will, tell him which mark it was that seeded that information to me.
Did they ever reopen a Pizza Hut, the inside dining? A Pizza Hut? Again, the buffet at Pizza Hut, I miss that.
Well, there was a buffet?
At Agania Pizza Hut? You've never been there?
Oh, man. Even had the dessert?
Yeah, they had the dessert. They used to have it in salad.
I do remember that. I do remember that salad thing, and they had
It's been
pizzas.
a while since I've seen it.
I don't think they do that anymore, but that was actually kind of a highlight because you didn't have to worry about ordering the pizza.
Yeah,
but the
you just
problem is that they take a good meat lover's pizza and you put it out there, and then you get these jackholes come and take like half of it, if not the whole thing. Multiple slices at a time, and so it's like
That's why you have to sit next to the buffet table.
which is what we did. Yes, Jeff and I and
call
Ernie
me, huh?
would sit over at the thing. 8:30 and defend our
Yeah,
positions. 8:36 in the morning. Montecillo Tyrant has got news and information. Our last big look at news to close out the week. What happened?
This isn't going to be your weekend of strolling. Gas prices are up 15 cents. It's $6.19 just for a regular gallon of gas. Mobil 76 and Shell all increasing their rates. And the Guam Power Authority says as a result of the rising cost of fuel, they're going to have to also increase their prices for fuel surcharge on your power bill. They're looking at a 26% increase that will take full impact by November if the PUC approves it. Otherwise, they're going to look at about a $34 million shortfall. Meanwhile, the Department of Education is fretting that they're not going to be able to cover the increases to about 2,000 of its employees. Administration announced that it would be bumping up the salaries of about 2,000 of the DOE employees by 20%. DOE says they don't have it in their budget. It's going to cost them $10 million just for this fiscal year. BBMR, however, says that if they need to fund those increases, they will have the cash to do so. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
All right, I get a note from our friend in the Philippines, Ricardo, who wants to know when did the Shakey's on Guam close? Anybody? Any memory on that?
Wow, I'm going to say
89.
I couldn't even ballpark it. I don't know.
Thereabouts, because we were going there when we were in high school.
I could not even ballpark it. I couldn't tell you it was 90s, 2000s.
Late 80s.
Whenever. I'm trying to think in my head.
They still have Shakey's in the
I miss the
Philippines.
karaoke guy, Ray. I don't know what his name was, man.
Jim.
But yeah,
I think it was Jim Smith. Everybody's name is Jim Smith.
Personality, man.
Ken remembers. Ken Leon. Yeah, he had the mutton chops. He had the mutton chop beard. Oh, I'm totally going to grow that. Everybody, for summer, in protest for the high prices of gas and oil and electricity, everybody grow a Civil War era beard.
And he also, didn't he have that swirly mustache?
Everybody has swirly mustache. I'm going to grow a swirly mustache as well to go along with it. 8:39 in protest with Jimmy Moylan's hunger strike at the legislature until we get rid of the BPT and the liquid fuels tax. It's that urgent, friends. 8:39 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. I don't know, Ricardo, and frankly, you remind me why I'm jealous of you and all of my other friends in the Philippines, because in Manila there are a million Shakey's, and in fact I can put it up on the screen right now. There's a Shakey's place down España, and what do we got here? There's another one at UN Avenue, and there's by the Manila Zoo, Makati Medical Center. I was going to say,
I go to the one in Burgos.
In Burgos?
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever been to Burgos. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, good man.
I gotta check with a couple of friends of mine.
It's a rough neighborhood, Ray.
Have a better memory of a certain bachelor party I was invited to. 8:39 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. 888-825-888-TALK. So yeah, we'll get back with Ken and some of the other callers in just a moment.
Win a $100 gas card when you purchase Gasolina energy drinks. Be one of 5 winners and enter now when you purchase 3 for $4 Gasolina 8-ounce or 3 for $5 Gasolina 16-ounce energy drinks. Drawing on June 21st. Free gas with 76 Circle K. Take it easy. Get a 10-pound bag of ice for only 95 cents when you purchase a 12-pack or more of any soda or beer. Only 95 cents for a 10-pound bag of ice. Swing by Circle K today. Some conditions apply. See stores for details. Circle K. Take it easy.
Turning Point USA Guam presents a common sense conservatives conversation on issues affecting us daily. Guam Live, a streaming event just for Guam. The event will feature young conservatives Isabel Brown with the Trump administration and Students for Life, and Stephen Davis, also known as MAGA Hulk, the new young conservative superstar. It'll also be aired live as a VIP event at the Dusit Beach Resort for free. There's limited tickets for the event, so get them now. Scan the QR code with your mobile device if you see any of our flyers. Search Guam Live on Eventbrite to find out more.
Am I the only one that doesn't know about a secret menu over at Lone Star?
No, I'm the other one.
Okay, because I'm getting this from
I have no idea.
everybody. Now, my brother says they shut down the Shakey's around 91 or so. It makes a little bit more sense.
Yeah.
Jim Turner was the name of the banjo plucking guy at the front, and a memory that he's bringing up now, something about balloons with feet. Does that mean anything to you, Real Joe?
Yeah, it does, man.
Balloons with feet.
Yeah. They put little cardboard things on the
bottom so the balloon would stand up for your happy birthday wishes.
Yeah, they had a little game room back there too, man.
My recollection from when I was a kid, when I say kid, I mean 17-year-old in high school, and this is the era, and maybe one among the last where real men were raised, was we'd go basketball games, whatever, Father Duenas Friars were playing someplace, and it was always one of the things after the game. Where are we going? We're going to Shakey's.
Yes.
Where, it's going to be 50 Duenas guys and Brother Gregory. And Brother Gregory would buy us. This was a moment of cool for Brother Gregory. He'd stop every once in a while, step out of the kind of the Hitler youth administrator role that he had to play with guys like us, and he'd buy us beer. He would buy us, and you remember the only beer they had was light beer, I recall. And so he would buy a couple of pitchers of light beer and let the Duenas men that he was with
Drinking age was like 12
with him
back then, right?
What's that?
Drinking age was 12.
Drinking age was 18. We were all 16 and 17 years old.
But you were men.
It was, yes, we were men, and they raised men at Father Duenas back in those days. 8:42 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. 888-825-5888-TALK. Okay, Ken, wrap it up.
Well, we're going to see things get worse in this world situation. The only thing that will make things worse than the track we're on is if we return the majority of the incumbents back to the legislature. Because we saw in the 35th, they sucked. They sucked worse than the 36th, and now they've had 2 years of experience in dealing with the pandemic. And this coming session is proof. They're doing, 3 or 4 bills? Here we are in a crisis, and I'm talking economic crisis, inflation crisis, insecurity crisis, and a war environment that's driving the cost of everything.
Useless. Like I said, it's useless. And there has never been a more urgent time, and I hope that was transmitted to Jimmy Craig in the conversation. There has never been a more urgent time, and the legislature, with the understanding that we're not going to see the moves that I think we need to make coming out of Adelup to assist. I mean, they're making a big deal about, we give this much money here for the LEAP, we give so much money here in the Programma Salapi or whatever. You know what? There's still millions of more dollars that are out there. How much more can we grow the employment of the government of Guam? Let's take that money here and give it out to everybody in a form of massive rebates because we've made too much money in the taxes. We got to get rid of the business privilege tax or reduce it severely. If we can eliminate the liquid fuels tax, that's going to help everybody on Guam, including whoever it is over the Department of Administration that wouldn't stop holding their breath until they got a brand new Chevy Tahoe at $150 a tank.
And not only that, but they're leasing it. That's the worst part. So we're going to pay like 3 times the cost of that Tahoe just because it's on a lease instead of an outright purchase.
They're looking to purchase. They're looking to purchase. I saw it in a newspaper. They're looking to purchase another SUV, all-wheel drive. I don't know. Do they have to deliver checks to a bank that's on the top of a hill, Mount Lam or something?
In that indictment on the quality of the roads on Guam when they're buying 4-wheel drive vehicles to commute from Adelup to Agana Heights, that says a lot. And I'm hoping that whoever wins the next gubernatorial election does the smart thing and the right thing for the people of Guam and does not move into government house. I mean, why do we need to provide the governor a multi-million-dollar residence with paid utilities and staff at taxpayer expense?
I'm going to rent that out to sailors for $2,500 a month. That's what I'm going to do. We'll actually make some money on that. Rent the thing out to a bunch of sailors, Air Force guys, and family. Some of these contractors, EOD guys with hot wives.
Yeah.
All right. Well, hey, you know what? Just because I think it's going to be interesting, Jack wanted to conversate with you and me as well. Good morning, Jack. You're on with Ken LG. God, it must be Friday.
Morning, you two. Listen, Ken, I really want you to succeed in this next election, and I want to give you some ammo, all right?
All right.
ever since Raymond was on K57, I've been complaining about the two-tier system that they have for the power authority. They have one for 500, and anything above 500, they have another rate. I've been appealing. I know it goes to the PUC, not to the CCU, but nobody seems to be listening about raising that baseline rate. They call it a lifeline rate, but here in Guam it's a baseline rate. Raise that baseline rate to 1,000 or 1,500. The reason why is because there's no Mercedes-Benz generator that kicks in at above 500 kilowatts per hour. It's the same generator, and these generators need to operate above 90% to be optimized in their efficiency of operation. So first thing, I need you to commit that the baseline rate, they call it live, will be raised at least to 1,500 or 1,000. That'll offset some of the costs that's coming down the line right now, or when you get into office. With these price increases that's coming in July and November and everywhere. Another thing to look at is ever since John Beneventi was anointed the czar of of GWA and GPA, one of his commitments was to help switch to peak demand, help the system convert to peak demand, to put the consumer in control on how and how much they could spend on power, so they could wash their clothes, do the laundry at the less peak time, and in peak time they could turn off their aircon or go out to a restaurant. This hasn't been done. He was also supposed to be the one to consolidate the billing of GWA and GPA. That hasn't been done. You got to sign in if you have something for GPA, and you have to do the same thing with GWA, you have to go back and sign in and see the same desk again. It's a waste of time. So, I hope that you consider these two things. This would put money into the consumer's hands and his residents especially, and it also would also be a consumer advocate place in which it's real money that we're talking about.
No, what do you think, Ken?
I think my platform will go a little bit further because I'm going to lead the charge to sell GPA. I mean, there's only a couple of municipal governments that own utility agencies. The rest of them are owned by commercial operators.
Ken, I don't want you to be one of those lifetime appointees. I want you to be problem solved right now today. I got problems today. I got 99.
It doesn't solve his today problems if we're going to start talking about selling GPA in the future.
Right now, one of them isn't selling GPA. The most important is how do I get my rates down? And that's the way you do it. You look at what the lifeline is. That lifeline hasn't budged since I and Ray were kids. Okay.
I think peak demand. I think you buy if you do peak demand billing, then if I want to dry my clothes at 6 o'clock at night when everybody else is turning on air conditioners and stoves, then I should be charged a peak rate. And if I want to do it in the middle of the night when everybody else is asleep, then I should get that rate as well. I don't disagree. Hey, listen, 10 away from the top of the hour. Wrap it up, Jack, or did you?
No, that's it. I just wanted to give. I hope he wins. But I don't want to be, like Bob Kliske says, we don't need no lifetime life issues here in the legislature and the executive order.
Fair point.
Big problems now.
Fair point. All right, I'm going to let you go. I'll talk to you later. Ken, go ahead and wrap up with your dream come true pillow talk. Go ahead.
Okay. One of the things that we have to do is we have to look at how we can live within our limited means because they're getting more limited. Every day we're losing our young, bright, skilled people. They're leaving us, and the tax base is going down along with the number of businesses that are closing their doors forever. We have to rethink the entire idea of government here on Guam, and that's the legislature's job, the policymakers. They talk about how our children are important, but they don't do a damn thing to prove it. You know, we need to restructure our entire education system for the 21st century, not the 19th century. You know, we have to realize that we can't afford to have 20 or 30 schools. We need to consolidate our footprint and build it into a state-of-the-art building and staff it properly instead of, you know, having schools spread all over the place that are half empty. You know, these are things that we have to do with our limited dollars so that we can, you know, I'm sitting here, I had to change my coffee brand today because I can't afford the coffee. The one food vice I have left, I can't afford it anymore because the price of coffee has gotten to the point where a senior citizen on a fixed income has to make hard choices. Everybody's making hard choices. You're making hard choices right now, and our businesses are suffering.
I'm not. I will continue to live my life as I have and find myself in ruin and bankruptcy. But hey, YOLO, bro, YOLO. I got to run. 8:52. You have a fantastic rest of the day. We'll listen for the rest of the platform as we get 97 days closer to the election.
All right. Have a good show.
I already did. I did already, right?
You're having a good show.
I'm having a good show.
Promise.
The rest of the way.
All right, buddy. I'll see you soon. There's Ken LG, the other governor, going to go right. 8:52 in the morning. He's early. I got Macris on the line. Why is he so early?
Because I asked him to call, man.
Are you catching a flight to Costa Rica again, my friend? Dr. George Macris, a real doctor on the phone. Buenas noches.
Hey, good morning, Guam. Thank you for having me call. Anyway,
well, I'm used to you now, bro. I mean, is it like with the last 2 years? It's like we've renewed our already incredible friendship, and we did this over the controversy and the COVID-19 climate of misinformation and fear porn, and I think one of the phrases that you used that should stay with us forever: medical Sharia. My friend Brian Chargaloff, who I hope to get a hold of this morning, wrote a great editorial in today's Pacific Daily News that I hope you get a chance to read online here, and I hope everybody gets a chance to read because there needs to be somebody besides me and you that will remind everybody as we get closer and closer to the primary election about all of the crap that was foisted upon us during the COVID era that was completely unnecessary and as it turns out, probably didn't save anybody's life in the final analysis. 8:53 in the morning. Doc, Mac. Okay, so good to have you back.
good to be back. The week has been, I love the charged discussion you just had, but all week it's been between termites, kangaroo courts. It was very interesting. But I think tonight's topic, or today's topic, is about monkeypox.
Monkeypox, yeah, is the deal, and I can begin to feel the twitching, if you will, in the media. We've got a new shiny fear porn object out there. I can feel almost a little bit of twitching from among the people over at it's like Spidey sense. Whenever something like this begins to bubble up, you just know that there's somebody over at a desk at the Department of Public Health or WHO or the CDC that's saying, okay, this is the one. COVID wasn't quite it, but this monkeypox. This is going to be the next big deal that we will be able to lock down the planet forever.
All right. First of all, probably the older population in this case is better protected because most of us have had smallpox vaccinations, which gives a degree of protection. The second thing that is not being well published in the U.S. is that most of these cases are with men who have sex with men. All right. So it probably has a relationship to, it's probably kind of a quasi-sexually transmitted disease in this instant. So I don't know what Guadalupe's going to do for that. I mean, they try to delicately go around, say, prolonged intimate contact. So I guess the first thing CDC should do is ban kissing or something. Anyway, this is again something that
this took an interesting turn on the trail, didn't it? All right, so what you are saying is that that gay men, sexually active gay men, are going to be targets for this monkeypox, or could be potential targets.
All right, the outbreak from Europe mostly came from Lisbon and Spain, which interestingly have friends traveling through there now. And almost every case is with MSM, men who have sex with men. You got to really be close and personal to get this. So, unless a monkey bites you, and in fact an infected monkey that bites you can give it to you, you got to kind of, I guess, watch which side you're walking on.
Oh, okay. Now that's not part of mainstream media's conversation. I mean, I actually had to. I had to switch my Google search because if you do just monkeypox virus, you'll get a bunch of stories about rare case here, rare case there. But if you put monkeypox virus and gay men in the search, completely different. You get completely different deals. Monkeypox outbreak. UK health experts warn gay, bisexual men against the virus. The Daily Mail, in what is going to be the most cleverly written headline, says health chief probe gay bars and saunas amid monkeypox outbreak in the UK. Monkeypox cases among gay bisexual men reported in Portugal and in Britain, and even more monkeypox cases identified as queer men urged to avoid contact, I guess, amongst each other. Is this a new AIDS, or is it? I mean, can you die from it?
You can die from it in the range of, it's interesting because military guys, military doctors, it's part of our training regarding, potential, weapons of man, that they can weaponize this stuff. But no, it's not as bad as smallpox. I think the mortality can be as high as 10%, but most of these are people who have underlying problems, maybe are immunocompromised or weak. So again, this is something that I don't even know why it made the news, except to warn. Well, because
the media, the mainstream media, is always going to be looking for something to scare us with, and they've apparently found another one with the monkey. But wait until it gets out that this is going to be a gay guy disease.
Yeah, but they're being delicate in the U.S. But this is open news in Europe, in the European news, as you just pulled up. Yeah. I got it through another source, but so again, it's nothing. At least, I mean, you look at the world and you look at Guam, this is where I have a difference with. There's good doctors on the medical advisory committee, but they need to look at Guam as Guam's medical landscape, and Guam has been over COVID since almost a year and a half ago.
No, they're still twitchy about that. The people over at Public Health, whereas COVID is not done with us, is the takeaway headline on page 2 of the Guam Daily Post. With the popular and they're getting freaked out because there's not enough people that are self-identifying as positive with all of these at-home test kits. The popularity of at-home test kits, public officials, experts across the nation have raised concern about further undercounting of the true number of COVID cases. Well, who told you to give people access to free test kits? Did you think that we were without any instructions on what to do until just recently on what, if you tested positive? The takeaway message here is that truly COVID is not done with us. Dr. David said we are mentally and emotionally ready to be done with COVID, but unfortunately, it's not ready to quit us yet. Given a 7-day official rolling average of about 30 positive cases a day, the real number is as much as 4 times, maybe more, higher than that, because they don't know we're not doing contact tracing or surveillance, especially with the at-home test kits. But in the meantime, look, the hospital's back to normal, and kids are getting more and more comfortable walking around without masks. So yeah, we're done with it.
Well, it's all meaningless because if you go back and calculate the deaths on Guam that may even possibly have been from COVID pneumonia, I don't think it makes 1 death a week or maybe 4 a month, based on even the other, the other deaths were all indirectly related. And again, Guam was probably, I would say, the first immune jurisdiction or naturally immune jurisdiction in the United States, because the lockdown just spread it like wildfire when it first came out. And, and all the plots have shown that. All you are testing for is the presence of a virus, a positive test. And that's going to be with us until the end of days. So it's just a matter of fanning the flames for the predictable September increase in influenza-like illnesses, which happened the second week of September, just in time for the elections.
Dr. George Macris, as usual, appreciate the expertise, appreciate the advice, and I tell you what, I don't know that I'm going to be a candidate for this monkeypox thing because I don't have sex with men.
Yeah, but you're a sexagenarian, so make sure you get your...
I am a sexagenarian, and thank you for saving that phrase until after Mana's gone. I say things like that around her, and she makes the vomit face. So I gotta run because we're already late for Fox News. I'll check you later, buddy.
You all have a great weekend.
You know, it's just after 9. Here's Fox News on the Point.
Has announced a shipment of $100 million in military equipment to Ukraine, which will include howitzers and anti-artillery radar systems. The Los Angeles County District Attorney says the suspect in last month's attack on Dave Chappelle, while the comedian was on stage, has been charged in the stabbing of his roommate at a transitional housing facility in December. Isaiah Lee faces attempted murder charges in the December case. The DA says due to the publicity of the Chappelle case, the victim was able to identify Lee as the person who attacked him. A CDC advisory panel has voted in favor of recommending children age 5 to 11 should get COVID boosters. The FDA recently signed off on it. America's listening to Fox News.
When the pandemic first started and we had no idea that it was going to affect our business till March of 2020. Orders from public health, roadblocks, restriction. It was a very hard time for me. What really has saved my business is the SBA and the PPP program. I felt keeping the employees was so important because I had faith that my government would help me later, the federal government. We applied and we received 2 PPP loans, pulling up to $425,000. That money saved me because it's been 2 years. I think 80 or 90% of the restaurants have closed. The only reason I'm here because of my devoted clientele and the federal government.
Thank you for helping save jobs with federal funds.
Thank you to the federal government for all the federal ARP money.
Thank you for the federal funds.
This ad was paid for with official funds from the office of Congressman Michael F.Q. San Nicolas.
A man who gave his son his guns back before the son opened fire in a Tennessee Waffle House may go to prison for up to 3 years.
A judge in Illinois convicted Jeffrey Reinking of illegally giving guns to a person who'd been treated for mental illness in the past 5 years. That person was his own son, Travis, who would later go on to kill 4 people inside a Waffle House in 2018. But 2 years before that, police took Travis to a hospital after he told them he thought Taylor Swift was stalking him. His firearm owner's ID card was revoked and he surrendered his weapons to his father. Prosecutors, though, said those guns were given back to Travis, and one of them was used in the Waffle House shooting. Jeffrey's attorney argued he did not know his son had been treated for mental illness. He faces up to 3 years in prison at sentencing, which is set for mid-June. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
6 people hurt, including 3 firefighters, when an explosion and fire rocked a marine construction company in southeast Wisconsin. The fire happened at Somerset Marine Construction in the small Waukesha County community of Eagle. 2 of the 6 injured were taken to a hospital. The others were treated at the scene. Employers are still avoiding mass layoffs.
The job market continues to be holding up this month. The number of people filing for unemployment benefits for the first time increased slightly last week to 218,000. New claims came in a little higher than expected. However, the number of people still receiving unemployment continues to decline. Continuing claims dropped to 1.31 million in the latest reading. Janico Sola, Fox News.
Average long-term mortgage rates retreated modestly this week, but interest on the key 30-year loan remains at decade-high levels. Mortgage buyer Freddie Mac says the 30-year rate slipped to 5.25% from 5.3% last week. On Wall Street, the Dow lost 236, the Nasdaq off 29, the S&P minus 22. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
The Federal Reserve is starting to increase interest rates to fight inflation, but they're still so low, making it the perfect time to refinance your home, to lower your rate, and perhaps take advantage of its increased value to put some cash in your pocket during these uncertain times. Cash that you can have the freedom to access when you want, where you want, with your Bank Pacific Visa debit card. Lower your rate, put cash in your pocket. Access your cash when you want, where you want, with your Visa debit card. Brothers put branches, we place roots, and we're rooting for you. Equal housing lender, credit conditions apply.
$100 gas card when you purchase Gasolina energy drinks. Be one of 5 winners and enter now when you purchase 3 for $4 Gasolina 8-ounce or 3 for $5 Gasolina 16-ounce energy drinks. Drawing on June 21st. Free gas with 76 Circle K. Take it easy. Get a 10-pound bag of ice for only 95 cents when you purchase a 12-pack or more of any soda or beer. Only 95 cents for a 10-pound bag of ice. Swing by Circle K today. Some conditions apply. See stores for details. Circle K. Take it easy.
Good day. My name is Joan Kinata from the village of Umata. I've applied for the program as Salapi to help me in my daily commute from Umata to Manila. Thank you to this administration for the program as Salapi.
The application deadline for Program in Salapi has been extended to May 22nd, 2022. For more information, please visit doa.guam.gov. This ad was paid for by the Office of the Governor using government funds.
Okay, 6 after 9 o'clock in the morning, Ray Gibson Show, portions of which brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by the team over at Chili's. More life, more celebrations happen there, Real Joe. It's a fact, and they're looking for another excuse to celebrate. How about graduation? Yes. Because it's more fun to celebrate a graduation than it is to celebrate something like, I don't know, termite season. So swing by the nearest Chili's. They've got one second floor of the Tumon Sands Plaza. And tell them about your grad. They will get to eat free from a special menu that they put together just for grads. So congratulations to the class of 2022. Even the kindergarten graduates, congratulations. You did it.
Rediscover Talk Radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
Hi. Arthur. Sup? Everybody good? Everybody groovy? My name is Ray, and I touched something on my system.
Oh, no.
And I'm trying to get it untouched, but it's weird and it's freaking me out. Hold on a second. I might have to do something. Shrink, stretch. Yeah, that's the one I'm looking for. There's a couple of words you don't hear on the radio too much. Shrink, stretch. 888-255-888-TALK. It's kind of an interesting conversation that we had with Dr. George Macris on that monkeypox thing, wasn't it? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm assuming that it is transmitted in the same way that AIDS might be transmitted, precious bodily fluids and that kind of thing. But I did not realize when I opened that conversation on monkeypox that it would come out to be. And as I said, it's odd because you're not seeing it in Western mainstream media that this disease and there are 9 known cases in the United Kingdom. I'll just tell you what the numbers are that I was able to see online. There are 9 known cases of this monkeypox in the United Kingdom. 6 of them, 2/3, are associated with gay guys or bisexual guys. So is this going to be we're not satisfied with the regular AIDS that we've got. We've got to throw in another complication here. 9 after 9 o'clock in the morning. We might talk about that and a few other things as I figure out how we're going to kill the next, hour of the program?
Yes, less than an hour. Friday.
Counting down. And I got like 18 friends of mine that said, what are we doing Monday? And I'm like, what are you talking about? He says, Monday's a holiday, right? Not this Monday. Next Monday is a holiday. And they're like, and as soon as I tell them that, they're like, oh, man. All right. Dr. Ron McNitch on the line, but we hear from him all the time. I don't hear from Harvey Egna as often as I'd like to. Soon to be Senator Harvey Egna with a little bit of time on the radio. Good morning. How you doing?
Hey, good morning. How are we today, Ray?
You know what? I'm groovy. I'm absolutely groovy. I just, feeling, had a good time last night over at a bunch of places, hung out with John Ananich and saw some of his new secret weapons for his version of the hospitality industry. I can't tell you anything about it right now, but you're going to love it when they do unveil the next big sidelines deal. After that, went and hung out with some friends over at the food truck thing. Saw Dennis Larson, Jeff from Pirates Cove. I thought I saw Michelle Armenta walking around the place. Yeah, checking out the different honeys that we've got there. So, yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. I'm glad.
Well, I got to go over and try some of his burgers. That's if I have any money left after filling up and paying the electric bill. But I think we need to be more aggressive as a people in demanding that Adelup help us more. There's, as of the end of March, there's over $350 million sitting in Bank of Guam, and it was earning not 0.5%, but 0.05%. And the bank is lending that out at 5, 6, 7, 8, whatever percent. I mean, hundreds times more in interest. So in effect,
the way the banks work, yeah.
Yeah, Gov Guam is providing a very cheap funding source for the bank, but more importantly, that money, especially at this time, needs to be going out to the people. There should be a regular tranche of, say, $500 or $600 a quarter per family going out quarterly. That would cost about $25 million a quarter. If the government made a commitment to do it for a year, that would cost $100 million, and there'd still be $250 million left in that account. And it would give people the opportunity to know that they had, well, I know I have this $500 or $600 coming in every 3 months to help me with the electric bill, to help me with my gas and my food expenses, rather than resting on the laurels of this Programa Salapi that happened months ago. I still hear the commercial on your channel.
Well, that's because they extended. Yeah, I'm getting paid for that, but they've extended the application. I think the application deadline is going to be Sunday or something like that. So anybody that qualifies for it should by all means apply for it. But again, we're not talking about something that raises everybody's boat here. The rising tide that raises all ships. We're not seeing that. We've got the program in Salapi going out, but that's not universal. And frankly, the people that it's helping probably already have access to other programs that are funded either by the government of Guam or federal programs that are already helping them with all kinds of assistance. That does nothing for the broader middle class that is taking on the brunt of all of these additional expenses.
Exactly. It's nice to talk about mass transit and doing this and that with schools, but people need help now. The middle class on Guam needs help now. If you quickly put pencil to paper, say there are 50,000 families, and you go out there with $500 or $600 a quarter, so it's going to cost $100 million for a year, and it still leaves $250 million sitting in the bank. And it gives people some, as I said before, it gives some people some measure of comfort knowing that, well, okay, I'm going to get this check or this direct deposit every 3 months, and I can count on that for a year to help me through this.
Yeah. If they were to do something like that, but they won't. They think they've done enough. And touting the fact that they've given back the tax refunds to the tune of $27.5 million, and they're going to make a big deal about that, as Crystal Paco did in big press release. I don't care about that. That's money that's supposed to go back to the people. They overpaid their taxes, and that's the refund that they're supposed to get from the government of Guam. You're basically sending out a press release that said, hey, I did my job today.
I'm giving you back your own money.
I'm giving you back your own money. Vote for me. I got you your tax refund. No. You're supposed to do that. So I don't know about that, and the fact that they're making a big deal about the crumbs that the private sector and folks in the Programa Salapi are getting out of that what is it, the Recovery Act money, that's nothing in comparison to what's still in the bank. I don't disagree with you. The idea that there's almost $70 million that the government has over collected in the GRT, and this is something that you and I talk about all the time. The fact that they're touting that they're going to be using that for pay raises down the road, I think is also an insult to the rank and file of this community. Wait a second, we've overpaid. You took too much money in taxes, and now you're going to throw that right back into the government of Guam. How about finding a way to give that money back to the taxpayers?
And right now, the only entity benefiting from that deposit is Bank of Guam, which lends it out at a tremendous interest rate and pays 0.05% to Gov Guam. Part of the issue, too, is as a people, we're very complacent and peaceful. If this was some other place on the mainland, there'd be a couple hundred of us out in front of Adelup with signs demanding that money.
Yeah.
So, but we don't do it as a people. It's not in our nature, I guess.
Well,
but there'll come a point of desperation somewhere down the road.
I don't know when that's going to happen, but I suspect that we're not going to be able to last too long at $6.20 a gallon gas and 50 cent a kilowatt hour electricity.
Thanks for taking my call.
Always fun talking with you, Harvey. Have a great weekend. I intend to. I'm getting scolded from Michelle Armenta. Says, you saw me and didn't say hello. I shake my finger at you. Well, my hot sister in Christ, let me just give it to you like this. I was way the hell over in the front of Skinner Plaza, and I saw you out the corner of my eye, and you were way over there at the what do you call it, at the honey thing,
starting fires.
Yeah. And by the time I would have gotten to you, you would have already been in the car. So I missed that. But don't shake. If you're going to shake things at me, not the finger. It's 9:16 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Dr. Ron McNinch. Oh, my morning for doctors. Is on the line, and I want to say that Dr. McNinch, I am 100% behind your idea to open up some kind of law school at the University of Guam. And there is in the newspaper this morning, in the Guam Daily Post, there's a letter to the editor by a guy that likewise read your column and agrees.
Yeah, I thought Colin wrote a very nice article, and I think having this discussion is a great discussion. And I did hear Senator Klitsky a little bit yesterday. He didn't like the idea so much, but I think just having the conversation is important. But here's a question I have for you, Ray. If you are the real Joe, studied with Bob Klitsky for 3 years as an apprentice, don't you think you could become a great lawyer?
I would be the best lawyer. I would
Exactly.
be movie quality lawyer.
Right.
I would
You'd
have
be
been
a
able
Tom
to
Cruise kind of lawyer.
I would stand up to George to Nicholson in the movie. I would have been able to stand up to him. No, I can handle the truth. I would totally be the best lawyer. All of my clients would be found not guilty. But I would also make it my pledge not to be. I would not take on dirtbags as my defendants. I wouldn't take them on as clients. I'd probably lose a lot of money because there's a lot of dirtbags. But I don't know. I just every once in a while I'll see there's a lawyer who I like, and then I'll read up on who they're defending. I'm going, but that's a dirtbag criminal. How could you possibly sleep at night defending that guy in a court of law?
Well, every accused, deserves a very zealous, defense, and I believe that we should also have very zealous prosecutions, and I wish we saw more of those. It just irritates me so much. But I have to say,
well. Let's make that the point here. That we need to get a lot of guys that maybe aren't paying off these massive, student loans and taking on all of that debt, or don't need to open up their own office and have a shingle on the door and just say, okay, well, tell you what, we'll take you in as the man said, a Lincoln lawyer. That's what Dave Sablon says. Abraham Lincoln, Colin writes, didn't go to a law school because they didn't exist in his day. This option for guys that can sit and pass the bar exam would be, I think, in some cases, adequate to help out places like the Attorney General's office that consistently has shortages of good prosecutors.
Absolutely. And, there's a lot of neat models we can look at and discuss. And one of the key things I want to mention, I suggest this to everybody who loves to hear Senator Klitsky talk about legal cases, and he does a great job at it.
Yep.
There's a website called the OYEZ website, O-Y-E-Z, O-Y-E-Z. The OYEZ website has recordings from the last 50 years of U.S. Supreme Court cases on any topic you'd like. And so you can listen to these arguments, and really you can get the feel of how to make an argument just by listening to them. It's a great civic experience to listen to the Supreme Court hearings. And now we have the technology to do that. We didn't have it 10 years ago. Now we have anybody for free can get on the OYEZ website and listen to any case you want, even in the last month or two that was heard. And you can hear what was actually said at the court. And it's so cool. And it's a learning tool unlike any other learning tool we've ever had in the field of legal.
Well, if you want to get in there, but right now the situation is, and Carl Gutierrez's daughter Hannah she's among the people that administer the bar, and I called her one day and asked her. I watched that movie Catch Me If You Can, right, with the guy and he's running away from Tom Hanks in the movie, Leonardo DiCaprio, and he hooks up with a girl, likes her, and then is able to take the bar exam and pass it, and without having to go to law school, obviously, because he was was a grifter type. And I thought, Could I do the same thing? Could I study all of the legal books that are required to pass a course in a legal school and sit for the test? But the answer is no, I cannot. I cannot just go and, based on book learning, hanging out over at the library or watching videos or tapes like you're suggesting, sit down and take the bar. I have to show. The first thing I got to do is A, pay for it, and B, I got to show them a document. I got to show them my graduation.
Right, and that's on Guam, and so you have to show you came from an ABA accredited law school on Guam right now. But in places like California and other states, you can do a number of methods called reading in. You can read in with a judge or an attorney for a few years and then take the bar. There's lots of other methods, as Colin discussed in his article today.
Now, how many great guys are sitting around being paralegals right now that probably know more and better about the ins and outs of laws than the partners that they work for.
And there's some great lawyers in this community, and I know this because I teach in the Legal Studies Division. I'm chair, that are great teachers. They're some of the best teachers I have over at the university, and they're teaching applied subjects in the law, but they're not teaching law. But hey, I wanted to mention many years ago, now it's over 25 years ago, I had a very nice privilege and experience of talking to Hannah Gutierrez about the LSAT exam. And within 10 minutes of talking to her, I immediately said, this girl has it. She's going to knock it out. And she certainly did. And I'm happy that she went to law school, did a great job in law school. And now she's a critical member of our legal community and just a bright, super wonderful young lady. And,
coconut doesn't fall far from the tree. I mean, she comes from a super smart lady and Auntie Jerry, and of course, nobody can hold a candle to Uncle Carl.
Absolutely, and I was very, very impressed, and I just I didn't, I was fairly new to Guam at the time, and I was just very, very impressed that she was so ready to take the exam, and she did great, and it worked out. But
wait a second, hold on. You're gonna have to fight with Bob on this again this afternoon. He's chimed in on. I was looking at my WhatsApp because I knew he was gonna send something, and he did. And he said Ron's wrong. So usually at this point I'd end the conversation, but I think maybe I'll just change the subject here.
Wait, we do agree an apprentice with Bob Klitsky would make a great lawyer. I think we agree on that.
I think Real Joe and Jose could probably take their lawyer's notebook. What's it called? What's it called? The TV show? Yeah,
Law and Order.
Law and Order notebook, and make great Lincoln lawyers. I gotta 923. Speaking of the law, here's something interesting, and I don't know whether they just didn't do it, but I got a note here from the courthouse yesterday that said, please be advised that there are no magistrates hearings for Thursday, May the 19th. Did nobody get in trouble? Did the police not arrest somebody?
Well done.
Good job. Oh, my God, everybody. You know why? Because it's $6.20 for a gallon of gas. The crooks can't afford to go out there and burgle houses. This is going to be the best time to catch bad guys because they're all going to be on foot. 924. Ron, you got anything else?
Yeah, just, we live in a great community, and I think that having lively discussions like this one should be part of the fun. And you know what? They told Hawaii they could never have a law school. They also told Hawaii could never become a state. Same thing with Alaska. You can never do this, you can never do that. But, we have to think big sometimes. And even if it doesn't happen, just thinking about it and pondering it can help us.
I don't disagree, and I like the fun conversations, and I like people asking what-if questions, and so I appreciated your column the other day in the Post.
Very good.
All right. Are you going to be in the run tomorrow? It's down in Tumon.
I'm going to try. I'm certainly going to try.
It's cheap. I think it's only $10 a head.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I love the race Judica. That was so much fun. And I heard about it on your show, by the way, and then I went to it.
Well, isn't that the thing now? Isn't that the fun? Is we're back into a time where I can say, hey, there's a 5K every weekend again, and looking forward to all the rest. I got to run. I got Will Parkinson is on the line from the Cannabis Control Board.
I hope you hold a big forum for all these legislative candidates. I didn't catch the guy earlier that was on the show right before
Harvey.
me.
Yeah.
I want to get to know them a lot more in terms of their name and what they're about. And I really appreciate that opportunity. Thank
Well,
you.
he's a money guy, family man, and listener of the program. And for many people, that's all you need to know. 9:25, Ron. You have a fantastic rest of the day. Let me bring in Will Parkinson from my next door. He's kind of like my neighbor. Caddy, is that your house that has the dog that won't stop barking?
Might be one of them, yeah.
Might be one of them. As I've discovered, after living in the house for about the last 3.5 years, one of my neighbors always has a puppy because there is somebody within 60, with a radius of about 60 yards of my house, with a dog that just continually barks. And every little noise that I make in the backyard, when I open the sliding door to the back, there's a little beep from my alarm system, and as soon as the alarm system goes beep, then a dog, again in the 60-yard proximity to my house, starts yapping.
It might be us, man. Like, I got a little noisemaker whose job is to make noise.
Well, I don't ever have to worry about anybody prowling in our area because that dog will let me know that something is amiss. 9:26 in the morning. Cannabis Control Board had a meeting yesterday, it was yesterday, and I was interested in some of the new business that came up, but we'll talk about old business. John Tavares has been calling in, among others, talking about the inadequacies in the rules and regulations that have been promulgated thus far, and hoping to see some changes as it moves forward. What can you tell him?
Well, what I could tell him is that the rules-making process is an iterative process. It never ends. After you get the rules done, you see where it's inadequate, and you adjust it over time, and it's a continual process of refining. And so, I hear the outcry from the community regarding certain issues, and
the nutrition among them, and the what is it? The vertical placement. I forget what the language is, but people want to be able to grow it and sell it as well.
Yeah, definitely. And I think for both of those issues, those are places we can find places of compromise. Right now, what we talked about, because we brought up all those issues, because that was what our meeting was about yesterday, was the feedback from the public hearing at the legislature. So we kind of compiled all the issues that they talked about, and we're going to re-go over them and kind of relitigate them among the board. But the only thing that was stopping us from just doing it yesterday is currently the bill is with the legislature. So it's kind of out of our hands right now.
Yeah.
So we're waiting to see what the legislature does with the bill. Maybe they amend it, maybe they pass it. Who knows what the legislature is going to do. But once the legislature does whatever it does, it gives us a roadmap on what we need to do next as a board. Because maybe there are some issues that we want to go fix as a board, but the legislature fixes it on the floor. Who knows?
Well, my conversation with Clint Rigel says, they are aware of some of the same issues that, obviously they were, public hearing and heard what everybody had to say about it, and now can put together ideas on their own on language that would adjust to their satisfaction, issues of that have been brought up. So it's kind of chicken or egg sounding in my mind. They've already got, they should have a roadmap already. If they don't over a period of time, say 60, 90 days, should the Cannabis Control Board take a step and write the legislation for them just to get the ball rolling?
Well, if the legislature asks for our advice on these matters, I'd be more than willing to, help them out and do it. But as such, they haven't asked, and so we're waiting to see what the legislature does, because I believe there's a fuse on the rules anyway. I think after another 10 days or so, the rules are going to lapse into law automatically. And so, we as the board, we got to wait a little bit. We don't got to wait too long to figure out what it is we need to do next.
Noted.
But
Noted.
For the people that are skeptical or unhappy with what's going on with the rules, I hear you. I'm one perspective of 9 on the board, and there were some issues like nutrients where I was on the losing end of some votes that we're going to relitigate. And so, what I would tell to the people who don't like rules is just be patient. Maybe the rules aren't perfect now, but the spirit is there to change it and be responsive to the needs of the community. Just be patient with us. We're getting there. Like there are some bureaucratic binds that slow down the things, but we want to go in there and fix it.
I'm glad to hear that. I'm sure that John and TJ and others are happy to hear that as well.
Yes.
Bro,
I mean, it's not perfect now, but we are willing to work. The board is responsive and trying to, we're going to look at these issues again it's like even things like the vertical integration.
Yeah.
They were, we put them in there as a means to protect smaller businesses from being outcompeted by bigger businesses. But, at the public testimony, we heard a lot of people who would be running small businesses come out in support of it. So even on things like that, we got to find the level of compromise, because if even the people you want to protect are saying, hey, we want this, we got to give it a second look.
Yeah. Will Parkinson on the line from the Cannabis Control Board. Couple of other questions. When you smoke at the house, you smoke inside? Because I don't smell any marijuana coming over from your side.
Of course.
Okay.
Smoke responsibly, right?
There we go. No, I appreciate that. Now, were you guys smoking? Were you with the CEC smoking when they decided that they wanted to eliminate the open primary?
Oh, no, I wasn't there at that meeting.
Okay.
But, yeah, I thought that was an interesting decision.
It's an interesting way to put that. Hey, we got to get together soon. We're not too far away from each other.
Yeah, we should get together soon. Hey, can I announce something? Hey, I'm running for public office. I'm running for senator.
Oh,
so
good.
I hope I can get your support, Ray.
Absolutely. Look, you're a little further left than I prefer, but I like the engagement. I like the quality of the thinking. I mean, you're lefty because you've got leftist. You've principled your way into that direction. So I appreciate the debates. I don't agree with everything that you and Julian come up with, but it's certainly an interesting conversation.
We don't have to all agree on everything, but we could do it respectfully, right?
Dude, as long as we can move this island forward, we have been in such a rut over the last decade or two. We've got to get off the rock here and figure out what it is that we want to do with our futures.
Go on back to work, and we got to address the cost of living because it is out of control.
Absolutely. Well, let's get together and work out some ideas. You're free to call in anytime, all right?
Sounds good. We'll see you on the trail.
You know what, buddy? My buddy Will Parkinson on the line from the Cannabis Control Board. Because I think he's smart. I think he's smart like his old man.
Oh, yeah? Yeah.
He doesn't give me betel nut. Doesn't give me weed, come to think of it. You'd think that every once in a while there'd be like a baggie thrown over the retaining wall.
Yeah.
I don't know. Just thinking. It's 9:30 in the morning. My God, there it was. It's 3.5 hours ago. I'm sitting there looking at Real Joe going, I don't know if I've got it 4 hours today, man. I don't think I can do it. And Joe says, you got 10 more years. You got 10 more years, Ray. Well, there's always something to talk about here. And when we return, the concept of gaslighting in a sec.
Half a day, this is Honey. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's WorkPass, powered by Plume. WorkPass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about WorkPass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Mornings on Star 101 are getting blended. Half a day, I'm Kyle Mandapat, and I'm making my return to radio on Star 101. I hope you're ready to go, because I'm ready to go. The Morning Blender with me, Kyle Mandapat, every weekday starting May 23rd from 6 to 9 a.m. only on Star 101.
Raymond Gibson Show being brought to you by my friends over at NissanGuam.com. On the World Wide Web. Yes, it's a website, it's a dealership, and really, really great people. They know what you're up against, $6.20 a gallon gas. Get out of here with that noise. They got all kinds of automobiles there that get better than 30 miles to the gallon. I was talking about getting an electric scooter, and Lee Weber reminded me, you still got to plug it in. You still got to plug the thing in. And I'm thinking, wait a second. What if I plug it in at, we work here? There's a building next door. Could I plug it in there?
Yeah.
You know, people like hang out and steal Wi-Fi.
Yes.
Right. Anyway, but getting back to the guys over at Nissan, if you're in the market for a new car, truck, or SUV, make sure to check Nissan first. Better features, better cars, better prices, better service, as a matter of fact. And you're going to love it. All kinds of, whatever the latest technology is for the dashboard, they've got it. Whatever the latest in safety devices is, they've got it. And their standards. These are not options that we're talking about. Just about everything will come with the automobile. So check it out before you buy anything else. I mean, you might be going to another dealership right now to pick up a new car. No. Stop what you are doing. Go to Nissan first. Make the comparison. You will find a better deal with them. I almost guarantee it. All right, since Bob Klitsky's listening, I'm going to ask him on the air, and he'll beat me the answer. What was the name of the movie where the topic of gaslighting comes up? And you know, people in certain relationships with highly narcissistic people, you know which ones I'm talking about here, will oftentimes find themselves being gaslit. And in the middle of an argument or something like that, and you say, well, you told me you love me. I never said that. I never said that. Might have said something similar to what I love you. Or you know, just all of a sudden you find yourself questioning actions that have been taken, and then you're like, well, did it happen, or was that all in my head? Was it in a dream? And my friend Brian Chargaloff writes in today's Pacific Daily News that we have to be wary of the gaslighting. I told you it was going to happen. I told you as we get closer and closer to the election, there's going to be all kinds of people coming out here, and we're going to say, wow, hey, remember those roadblocks? And they're going to say, well, what roadblocks? Well, roadblocks. We had safety checkpoints out there. We were stopping people and reminding them about washing their hands. We're trying to save lives because COVID-19. Roadblocks, as Jeff from Pirates Cove says in the commercial. You remember, guys, when they told you in the restaurant business that you had to close your business, and then they came back and said, okay. Here's what you know you want to be open. So we'll let you open, but you can only sell people food to take home or for delivery. That's all you can do. And so you had to reconfigure everything in your businesses. And all of a sudden, where you might have had just a handful of boxes and bags for takeaway, all of a sudden, that's all you had. You had to go and buy some more of those, whatever they, and pay for whatever they charge you to do that. And you remember, and then they said, you know what, you can open your business and you can have delivery and takeaway, and you can have customers, but only if they eat outside. And then you called the tent rental place. You went to ERC, got yourself a tent, went out and found yourself some folding tables and some folding chairs, and moved your front of house staff to the outside so that they could take care of all of these people. And then they said, well, finally you're starting to look around and say, okay, well, I got everything, right? You got outside eating, I got the takeaway. And they said you can have people inside, but only 25%. Of your occupancy. And then it was 50%. It was finally 100%, but only if they're vaccinated. And you got to have somebody at the front now to make sure that we're taking temperatures, contact tracing, making sure that everybody is wearing a mask, and you got to ask for a vaccine card, or they have to self-attest. You remember all the crap that you had to run through over the last 2 years, guys, in the restaurant game? And forget about the hell that the nightclub guys had to go through. And they're going to try to make you forget. Brian Chargaloff writes in today's Pacific Daily News, we must not forget. We must not forget the evil that was perpetrated upon us over the past 2 years. We must not forget the lies, the wrong information, shifting goalposts, the discrimination, and the coercion. Here, you want shifting goalposts? We're still in one. We're still in one. Does anybody remember the 4 stages of the pandemic? Do you remember we got pandemic condition 4, which was everything prior to March 20th of 2020, and then it was 3 and 2 and 1, and we went from we went from 1 to 3, and then it was 1 back to 1, and then 1, 2, 3, and we're still in 3. We're still in pandemic.
What's the car score right now?
Condition of readiness. Oh, the car score! My God!
I wonder what it is now.
Brian continues, things will eventually shift back to normal, but only after the corrupted leaders have fooled the people into thinking that it was due to their efforts. This, in turn, will encourage the blindly obedient to believe the so-called leadership, thereby helping those in charge to remain in charge. They're already doing it. We must not forget the corrupt or evil perpetrators of mandates, those that were in charge or in positions of leadership that carried out or enforced illegal and immoral orders, policies, or requirements. The politicians that did not stand up for the people. Business owners and or supervisors that insisted, demanded, or coerced their employees and subordinates into complying with harmful policies or requirements. The spiritual leaders of every belief that did not make a stand and protect those in their flock. Last but not least, medical field personnel that instead of helping patients improve their health, instead chose to cause both physical and mental harm and irreparable damage. We must not forget. God, I saw this last night. We must not forget how easy it was for society to relinquish its sovereignty and liberty. We must remember, protect our natural rights, and fight the next time tyranny rears its ugly head. Evil head. We must remember that freedom is neither free nor easily maintained, but dependent on vigilance. We must not forget. I know. There was a part in there we probably should have had the anthem playing in the background. You know, where's the Finogi here, right? We must not forget. But it's what does he say? We must not forget how easy it was for society to relinquish its sovereignty and liberty. And it's still in evidence. You know, I know. I'm one of those guys who say, hey, you know, to each his own. You want to wear a mask, go and wear a mask. But we've been, the mask restriction has been lifted now. It's a couple of weeks. You don't have to wear a mask outside. You never had to wear a mask outside, I don't believe. And you certainly don't need to wear one inside. So walking around Food Truck Thursday at Skinner Plaza and seeing people, mostly young people, which is the amazing thing, right? We figured it out. We figured out a way to pacify, to make passive the young people who just everything just took that BS and ate it up with a spoon, and will continue to be walking around with masks outside at the food truck thing. Now, there was a point yesterday where I was actually wishing I had a mask, but that was because somebody was burning some kind of spice on one of the food trucks, and it was just, you know, it's like burning.
That's that barbecue squid, man.
It was bad. It was coming after me, man. And I was thinking, God, I wish I had a mask. I wear a mask at the house when I clean the litter box.
Oh,
that's why at the house. That's when I'm using the mask. But it's amazing to me how many people that are still. And doesn't look like they're, you know, I don't know. I shouldn't be judging, but I am. Doesn't look like they need to protect themselves or anybody else. They're reasonably young and reasonably healthy and reasonably fit looking, and they're walking around wearing a mask, and I just don't get it. But the other thing here, and more to Brian's point, is how easy it was to get them to that place. No mask, no entry. We're not even going to question it. No mask, no entry. And here come the mandates. Here come the rules. Here come the policies. And we're not nobody. A significant majority of people just said, okay, I'll do whatever you say. It's all right. And a number of people that were, you know, that should have been visibly shaken by somebody demanding that they do all of these things that have never been demanded of them in their life. That's the amazing part. 9:43 in the morning, and here's something that needs to be said. And if you're thinking, it's okay, Ray, don't fret. You're fretty, Ray. No, I'm not fretting, because the thing is, because the public health emergency has not been lifted, because it is still in effect until early June, anybody, and remember, I've told you this 100 times, we don't own the language. We don't get to define ourselves what a surge is. No, we leave that to the experts. And the experts in this morning's Pacific Daily Post says that we might be done with COVID, but COVID is not done with us. Is it possible that there might be a set of numbers that might make them frowny face over at Public Health and the Physicians Advisory Group, and they'll say, you know, maybe we need to go back to wearing masks inside again? And an entire population of people, as evidenced by the last 2 years, will go, Okay, I'll wear a mask inside for everybody's protection, including mine. 32% of the United States of America is being urged to remask. Change in reported COVID-19 cases per 100,000 people in the last 2 weeks is causing that in places like Hawaii, Florida, Illinois, Wisconsin, Michigan, Rhode Island, et cetera, et cetera. The COVID wave accelerated in 49 states. Maine is the only state to report a slight decline. In the last 2 weeks, metro areas with high vaccination rates are accounting for a higher share of the disease spread. 1/3 of Americans live in higher risk areas, mostly in the Northeast and Midwest. People there should be considering wearing masks indoors, according to Rochelle Walensky over at the CDC. So it could happen again. It could happen again, guys. Walensky?
That's from the north, or Jigo, right?
Walensky. Trying to think.
From
I think the cousin works over at the court. But yeah, if anything. So 9:46. I'm just saying, guys. We must not forget. And they're going to try to make us forget, and they're going to try to tell us that everything that we had to endure led to us beating COVID-19, beating the invisible enemy. And I'm here to tell you, based on stories that I read and based on what is currently available on the interwebs, all of that stuff, yeah, it did more inconvenience to people. It didn't as opposed to actually saving lives. COVID did what COVID eventually ended up doing. It's 9:46 in the morning, and I'm trying to remember if I'd gotten to just about everything I wanted to get to here today in the broadcast. Did we mention that it was Cher's birthday?
Yeah, we did, man.
Multiple times. Other interesting studies that are out there. A marriage is more likely to end in divorce if the husband doesn't like his wife's girlfriends.
Oh, boy. Wow. Yeah, that's a deal breaker.
Yeah,
man.
it doesn't matter. And guys don't really, we don't have, most of our friends are pleasant enough as it is, right? But is this a true thing? You think about the relationships that you have been in the past. I'm not saying all the way up to wife. I'm just saying relationships. How many times and she says, oh, hey, honey, let's go over to my girls out, my Mully's place. Oh, God, please no. Oh, please no. It is absolutely no. This is, So it's more likely to end in divorce if the guy doesn't like the wife's friends. So that ought to be one of those things. So here's the deal. This is how you know it'll work out. So what you do is it like while you're still dating, girlfriend style, actually check out her Mully. Hey, baby, how you doing? What's up? There's a meme. There's a local meme here, and it's hard for me to describe, but it's a guy with his fingers in a girl's mouth, and what is it? It's checking out, seeing if your sister-in-law likes your finadeni. See if she likes the marination. All right. Coming up in the broadcast. What's that?
I said, oh, my God.
You've seen it, though. You've seen the meme, right?
Nah.
Anyway, 9:48 in the morning. I brought up Wisconsin for absolutely no reason. Let me give you a reason to fall in love with amazing Wisconsin, right? Green Bay Packers, good enough? Yay. How about that? Cheeseheads.
Yeah.
Land of a million cheeses. It is also among the drunkest, it has maybe the drunkest state in the union.
It's cold there, though, Ray.
Got nothing else to
drink.
do. Nothing else to do.
Keep you warm.
Green Bay, Wisconsin, number one is the drunkest city in the United States of America, followed by Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Followed by Appleton, Wisconsin. Followed by Madison, Wisconsin. 4 cities in Wisconsin make the top 5 of the drunkest cities in the United States. That's right. Competition is good. Fargo, North Dakota comes in at number 5, breaking the winning streak for Wisconsin.
Too, right?
But what I don't have. World Population Review, Real Joe. See if you can do that. WorldPopulationReview.com on the World Wide Web has conducted this study to find out. And people from Wisconsin listening right now saying, yeah, baby, drunkest state in the union. That's us. That's it. Going for number 1. But here's the thing. I don't think that, because Guam per capita wins everything, right? And so I'm thinking there's got to be a way that we can find out what the metrics are that made it so that Green Bay, Wisconsin could be pronounced the drunkest city in the United States of America. We've got to rise to the challenge. ladies and gentlemen. Come on, the price of electricity going up, let's go drink outside. Price of gas going up, let's go drink in the same place outside. All of us together, we'll just buddy up and find ways to do this. Can you buy beer on base?
Yes. We could Guinness book this one, Ray.
I'm just thinking, I see a lot of these American girls over at Carabao. I'm thinking maybe one of them's got a spare ID card. Just maybe we'll say I do. E6, right? That's what we're shooting for. Real Joe Cruz will take me into a break. I'll be right back.
Attention! Lolita Kamet is now with Hoffaday Realty. She'll always be that hardworking and passionate real estate professional who is committed to helping you make a difference in your life and helping you achieve the American dream of home ownership. She also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, military and corporate relocation. So for all your real estate needs, call Lolita Kamet now with Hoffaday Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Get a personal loan for that summer vacation or to pay off those long overdue bills. Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña, now at the old Nanbo Insurance Building at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, here to serve you.
Subway's Eat Fresh Refresh does it again, bringing back a classic fan favorite on the menu. The roast beef returns. And not just any roast beef, it's choice Angus roast beef, flavorful and satisfying on its own, or layered with oven-roasted turkey and Black Forest ham in the Subway Club. Whether you're a choice Angus roast beef purist or like the variety of the Subway Club, both come piled high on hearty multi-grain bread with fresh hand-sliced veggies. Get your fill of the new roast beef at Subway. Eat fresh.
Uh, 9 minutes away from the top of the hour. Ray Gibson Show. It's Friday. Can you tell? Super frisky today. Absolutely super frisky. And for a lot of different reasons. And maybe we'll get around to talking about those in the next couple of minutes. 5K tomorrow in Tumon. Just FYI. It's Toto Guam is doing the thing. Dennis Rodriguez, beautiful wife, and they get together, and one of their outreaches to help in the community. And for those of you that haven't run a 5K in a long time, the Tumon runs were the ones we didn't like. We like the flat, fast ones in Hagåtña, where it's like you start over at Chamorro Village, and then bam, you're at the governor's office, and then bam, back to Chamorro Village. But the problem with and I'm not trying to be critical. I'm just saying it's as the priorities go, when they say, "Hey, we're running in Tumon," you're going, "Okay, hills, okay, hills, okay." Coming out of for those of you new here that haven't done this yet. And just FYI, it's going to start around the Governor Joseph Flores Memorial Park, Epau Beach, that area around GVB, and naturally it's up a hill past Proa, and then you get to a little bit of a flat over by the PIC, and then you got a nice downhill, open stride downhill, and that you're going to feel really, really good until you get to about the Hyatt area. And fortunately, around there you get a chance to turn around, and all that remember that open stride downhill I was telling you about?
Yeah.
That's a soul crushing uphill. On the way back. Yeah. So there you go. And a reminder, because I want to make sure that these guys know that I want to take good care of them. A reminder to the guys over at the Freedom Grinders and their crew that they're going to have a bike thing. What's the word I'm looking for, Real Joe?
It's a Ride for the Fallen.
Ride, there it is. The Ride for the Fallen. It's Memorial Day. On Monday, May the 30th, it's a day off for all of us here. So it is possible if I can get a bike, I might do this. I'm not guaranteeing it, but I might do this. But it's got to be a certain kind of bike, okay? So if anybody's got like a $4,000 or $5,000 ultralight bike, I might do this. Because I did one of those rides back in the day, and it starts at Paseo, and they said, "Oh, you're going to do the short one." I said, "Oh, okay. What do you mean by short?" "Oh, this is the one that you go down to the Agate Marina and back."
Oh, that's
the short. That's not short, bro. This is like equivalent for me.
Takes long in the car, man.
It's a half marathon. That was a 2-hour ride for me. Hour out and an hour back, and I just go. And the worst part of it was going uphill into up Route 2. But this one here doesn't go up that hill. It's flat from Paseo all the way over to Big Navy and then back. So it's a flat race or flat ride. And frankly, if I'm going to do a flat ride, then I'd like to be able to do it on something that weighs about as much as the shoes that I wear. You know what I mean?
Fly along.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of hoping for. Anyways, totally free. Showtime 5 a.m. Go time is going to be at 6 a.m. If you got something else that you think is going to be fun to talk about, by all means, let me know. 9:55. I don't know if I'm going to end on this because I don't know if there's 5 minutes worth of a riff here, but. Those of you that know me know that I'm not really a gamer. If I had the gene in me, it's gone. Now, there were games that I like to play. I used to, when they first came out with computers, I used to play those like word games where they all start with the same thing. You wake up in a dark room. And then you, all right, well, what do I do? Turn on a light. Okay, so you turn on a light. You got to do through multiple steps to get through these things. But anyway, so I went from there, and then there were a couple of cool graphics games that I played. I actually got to the end of. I'm a big fan of Lara Croft, Tomb Raider series. So I played the heck out of that. But I'm never really good at some of the other games. So I'm not, I've always been, I'll get a gaming console. But anyway, in the house that I live in, I've got a cat. I don't have a gaming console, but I do have a cat. I'm thinking about getting one, and if I don't even know if they're available. But have you ever seen the Nintendo Switches?
I have.
You have?
Yes.
Those are cool.
They're fun. Yeah.
They're cool, bro. They're handheld. You plug them into the TV if you want to. Got controllers that you can play around with. So, it will function as both of these things. Some great games that come along with this. Now, does anybody remember the Wii?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, the Nintendo Wii from back in the day.
Motion sensors, and you could play tennis or badminton.
They don't make it anymore.
Golf.
There's no more Wii. Even though, I know when they I can't tell you how much money we threw at the gaming systems at the house. We had one of everything. There's a PlayStation over here, there's an Xbox over here, and Nintendo's all over the place. But the most favorite game in the whole wide world was the Rockstar game.
Oh yeah.
They don't, and I don't know why. I don't understand why they stopped making that. Because it seemed to me everybody I knew in the world had that system.
Jamming.
We had it all. We had the guitar, we had the bass, we had the drums. We had, and the family would sit around and play in there. And Mayumi would just she'd scream and yell after about 10 minutes because she wasn't as good as her brother, who was 4 years older than her. But anyway, so they've got now the Wii Sports back in April, I believe, became the Nintendo Switch Sports. So here's the question that I'm asking in the last couple of minutes of the program. Where can I buy that? Where is it? Someplace on Guam can I buy? I'm looking in the Facebook Live to see if there's anybody in there that might know. And I lost the page, so I don't know if I'm going to be able to get to the answers anytime very, very quickly. Let me check the YouTube guys because they're usually hipper at this kind of thing. Nope, not at all. Here's the Lupang Guam and James Howard. There's somebody that has been kind of hacking into the system.
Spammers, huh?
Yeah, naked-hd.xyz is looking for some new friends.
Don't do it
on the YouTube side. Yeah, don't click on that. But if you can do me a favor, if they are available here, do me a favor, hit me up on the Me Machine 7978255. You might have to do it in a hurry because there's only a couple of minutes left in the program. I've been thinking about getting some. It doesn't need to be a big gaming system because I've only got a small TV. So only like 32 inches.
Tiny TV.
Well, hey, dude, tell you what, I'm glad I got a small TV. I'm glad I got a small TV because the price of electricity, you get
How much do they draw, TVs nowadays?
Oh, they don't actually draw anything. It's not
really?
No, it's not like back in the olden days. You had those big, 25-inch big Sonys that weighed 270 pounds, and they were all tube. They were power supply, little tuner circuit, baby tuner circuit, and then the rest of it was all tube. Literally weighed 200 pounds. I remember back in those days. And I kind of learned my lesson on all of that, although I do have a friend that's got a 72-inch TV at his house, and I covet it. I covet it. Even the little screensaver where the little letter Samsung is just kind of floating around on the screen. I look at that and go, man, that's just the sexiest thing I've ever seen, Steve. $9.59. Can you buy that for me on base when it goes on sale? Not that I've got wall enough for it, but we'll see. Closing in on 10 o'clock in the morning. Look, we had a great week. Was this not a great week?
Amazing.
We had all kinds of fun people coming into the radio station. Those hot Japanese chicks. There might have been other people, but those are the ones that I remember.
And a young conservative dude, man.
Yeah, all of the pictures.
Casey?
Casey. All of the pictures are on Instagram or available on YouTube. I urge you to check them out. Hey, I got to go. For Real Joe, Jerry Roberts, Montesilva Tyron, and my own self, thanks so much for listening to the broadcast this week. And we'll talk about doing this again on Monday at 6 if I don't get arrested for something over the weekend. And if I do, you're my lawyer. It's 10 o'clock in the morning. Here it comes the news.
This is a Fox News alert. They've signed off on it. I'm Lee Silasera. The CDC is recommending the Pfizer COVID booster for kids ages 5 to 11.
The panel reviewing the data, pointing to evidence from older individuals that 2 vaccinations plus a booster provides the best protection against coronavirus variants. The CDC's director is expected to sign off on the recommendation. The Food and Drug Administration recently clearing the extra dose for younger children at least 5 months after their original shots. CDC data suggests only 28% of kids ages 5 to 11 had received their primary series of 2 doses as of April.
Fox's Kristen Goodwin, and once again, CDC Director Rochelle Walensky has signed off on the Pfizer booster shot for kids ages 5 to 11. The World Health Organization says the number of COVID deaths globally has dropped by about 21% in the past week, while cases rose in the most parts of the world. The WHO says cases increased in the Americas, the Middle East, Africa, the West Pacific, while falling in Europe and Southeast Asia. President Biden's put the Defense Production Act into place to get more baby formula on store shelves. Pentagon spokesman John Kirby explains what that means.
Not only can it help get suppliers and manufacturers of baby formula the kinds of ingredients that they need faster to make that formula, but it can also help boost production by helping create industry to create the actual machinery that is used.
The president has also signed off on a plan that will use commercial flights to import formula from other countries.
Release.
Boeing's crew capsule is blasted off on a repeat test flight to the International Space